unsafe and basically stood over it till he was relieved.
Judge, I just want to lodge an objection to whether or not that testimony is based on personal knowledge or not. I don't want the witnesses testifying to, things that they've learned in the investigation. There's been no preface for the question, did he see that? How does he know that? So I just want to take the opportunity right here to object to anything that's just sort of global testimony versus something the witness perceived.
All right, so
You could rephrase it, I guess.
Mr. Bradle, the most efficient way for me to handle objections is, object, and I certainly understand what your reasoning is, but you have to object at the time, and I'll make a decision. Are you moving to strike
I
anything?
am moving to strike and asking for a rephrase to whether or not the question is based on personal knowledge.
Okay, and not your fault, my fault, but what are you moving to strike?
The entire answer, and ask that the question be asked again, and the answer be, make it clear that whether the witness is testifying on his own personal perception, his own personal knowledge, or whether he's just globally testifying, which I would object to.
All right, so are you talking about the testimony related to the securing of the scene?
What Core did, yes, Your Honor.
What court?
What Officer Core did, correct.
Mr. Gubitosi?
Well, he can ask all the questions he wants on cross-examination. The testimony is what the testimony is.
Well, it shouldn't come in at first, Your Honor, at the first instance if it's not based on personal
All right,
knowledge.
I'm going to overrule the objection, but I certainly understand your point, Mr. Braden. I'll look out for it.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Now, Judge, I have a number of pictures that I'm going to be displaying, and you said
Okay.
earlier that you wanted to see them first.
So they've been pre-marked? Okay. Well, no, you're going to display them there? Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
Just, but let's just make a record of what's been pre-marked, if you could, Mr. Ruane.
Yes, Your Honor. The parties agreed to pre-mark exhibits 1 through 72, which are all photographs, and then exhibit 73, which is a thumb drive and an envelope. So
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. 73 was what?
A thumb drive in an envelope.
In an envelope?
Yeah.
Okay.
The next numbered exhibit would be 74.
Okay. And counsel, I want to commend you folks for getting together and having those pre-marked. It definitely speeds things up.
Those are agreed to.
Okay. All right. So, no, that's fine. I know what I said, but you can ignore it for now. Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as exhibit number 1. Can you see that?
Yes,
What's that?
that's the residence.
That's the residence that Ms. Fitzsimmons was living in there at the time.
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 2. Do you recognize, no, there's some glare, what that is?
So that would be if you're looking at the house, I think that's the school in the background there.
So is this the school over here that you were talking about?
Yeah, it's tough to see, but I believe that's the school.
Any way to do something about is that the way the photo is?
It's like that too. I'll pass it up to Your Honor.
That looks like the fencing that runs between the school and the house.
May I approach you?
Mr. Roy, can I just see that real quick? Thank you. Okay, I get it. So do you want to take another look?
No, actually, I can see it better with this one. Yeah, that's the, basically to the right of the house.
And that's the school that you were talking about?
Yes,
That's where her car was parked, back that way?
yes.
Was there anything in the driveway at the time that you got there that would have prevented someone from parking in the driveway of the house?
Not that I recall, no.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number 4. Did you recognize that?
Yes, it's the residence.
Number 7.
That's the main, the door to come in the house.
Number 8. That's the
Same.
stairs going up?
Yeah, stairs in, yeah.
Can I'm sorry, can I see exhibit 8? There was some glare and it's just, difficult. Thank you, Mr. Roy. So were these photos taken that night? I guess I'll ask you, do you know, were these photos taken that night?
Not by me, but yes, I believe they were taken that night.
Okay, thank you.
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize?
That's
that?
when you walk in that first door, it's like a enclosed porch.
Exhibit number 10.
The main, to get the door to get into the main house.
So when you walk in, that from the porch, you see some stairs on the right side of the doorway.
Yes,
What stairs are those?
those are the stairs to get up to the second floor.
I'll show you exhibit number 13. Recognize what that is.
Yes, that's the living room.
So as you walk in the front door that we were just looking at, to the left,
Yes.
do you see where Ms. Fitzsimmons was sitting when you asked her to take a seat when you first got in there?
Yeah, so where that blanket, the red and black checkered blanket is on the couch, she was just to the left of it.
So right here?
Let me just excuse for one moment. Can you folks in the back row see the photos?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm okay with where it's at, if I could just inquire.
Sure.
We can see it. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make sure, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 14. Do you recognize what that is?
Same room.
This is a different angle.
Yep.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 22. Do you recognize what that is? Is that if you walk into the living room and you take a right, there's another room there that then leads to the kitchen? Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that room that we were just looking in?
Correct. Same.
I'm sorry, what number was that you just?
I'm sorry, that's 23.
Thank you.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 25. Do you recognize what that is?
That is the kitchen.
Okay, so right now we've started going in the front door, gone to the left through 2 rooms. Now this is the kitchen.
Yes.
And is this where you said Ms. Fitzsimmons was gathering bottles and?
So just past the refrigerator, you can't see it in this photo, but there was some drawers, like a cabinet that she'd opened. There were some jars and things in there.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that same room, that's the cabinet where she retrieved some jars and maybe
And
formal.
that's exhibit number 30.
So that, when you say the same room, you mean the
As
kitchen?
the kitchen, yeah, part of the kitchen, just different angle.
I'm gonna display, make it clarified, number 29. That's as you walk into the kitchen and to the, in the photo, to the left of the photo is that, the drawers that we were just talking about?
Next to the refrigerator, yes, yes.
So what you're looking at here, if you're not that familiar with the case, is Kelsey Fitzsimmons' home.
Recognize what that is?
And at issue, the whole issue, what happened on June 30th, 2025, when a restraining order was issued.
No,
Fellow police officers, first witnesses on the stand, show up to her house to take her baby away.
potentially, yeah.
Okay.
The defense is claiming that she wanted to harm and hurt herself, kill herself. Well, the Commonwealth is saying she pointed a gun at one of the officers. That's why
Yes.
he in turn shot her. She was in the hospital for
I'm
53
sorry,
days.
what exhibit number are you displaying?
32.
And
Thank you.
The Commonwealth and the
It's
defense
off of the
both
kitchen.
saying it's a pretty simple case. And again, it's a bench trial. So the judge decides this. What does he believe
Yeah.
happened in that home? And keep in mind, Kelsey was a police officer.
Yes.
So not only are the officers coming
There'd be
inside her
a photo
home,
from the
she
bottom of
knows
the
them.
staircase.
They're there to
looking
take her
into the
baby
room
because her fiance at the time, a
where
firefighter,
we were at first.
took out a restraining order without her knowing, and they show up unannounced to take the 4-month-old baby away from her.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 35. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the staircase to go to the second floor.
Number 36. You recognize what that is?
Same staircase.
Mr. Gubitosi, can I see that before you, because there's some, it's hard to see. Thank you.
Exhibit 37. Can you describe what we're seeing there?
That's if you were at the top of the stairs, looking straight on.
And here said there's a room to the right. Which room would that be?
That's the bedroom where the shooting occurred.
Exhibit number 38.
That's a photo from the top of the stairs also.
Okay, that's in the, you see a room on the left side of the photo. Is that what we call the baby's room?
Yes.
Mr. Gubitosi, may I see exhibits 37 and 38? I'm just getting some glare. Thank you. Thank you.
And what this case really comes down to is what the judge, again, it's a bench trial, he decides, believes happened in that bedroom. Was it Kelsey trying to harm herself, as the defense is saying, or was it the officer who shot her in self-defense because she pulled a gun on him? There were 4 officers in the house on that day.
That was.
Sure.
Could you just ask him again?
That is one of the officers on the stand.
So I'm going to show you exhibit number 38. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
That's if you were at the top of the staircase. I guess you call it a hallway in between the 2 bedrooms.
Thank you.
Exhibit number 40.
That's the baby's room.
Exhibit number 42.
Same thing, the baby's room,
Different angle.
different angle.
And
I'm sorry, that was 42 that you just showed? Okay. Thank you.
45. Can you describe what that is?
That's the baby's room also.
Exhibit number 46. You recognize what that is? Is that the baby's room looking out the door towards the landing?
Yes.
And exhibit number 49. Do you recognize what that is?
That's a picture from the hallway into the room where the shooting occurred.
Into the bedroom?
Correct.
Now, you see a chair there inside the room. Do you remember, was that chair placed in that position when you first saw it, or was that moved at all by fire personnel, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Silly question, but I'm having trouble seeing the glare. Is that police tape?
Yes.
Okay.
Nick, I'm just having trouble seeing it too. Maybe if we could just angle that this way
Sure.
just a little bit. It's hard to see it.
Sure, no, you folks should see everything.
That's fine. Thank you.
And can you still see?
Yes.
Okay.
Exhibit number 50.
It's a photo of the bedroom from the doorway.
Exhibit number 51.
Same, it's a photo of the bedroom from a different angle.
So it shows the left as you walk into the room.
Yes, it showed like the hard corner if you came in the room.
Exhibit number 52.
Same, it's the bedroom where the shooting occurred.
Exhibit number 53.
Same,
Okay, now in this photo, you can see an air conditioner. You can see the bed on the right, correct? A bassinet on the left.
yes.
When you came into the room, where was Ms. Fitzsimmons?
So she was just past the bed, like her head had pretty much, her head was by the wall where the air conditioning unit was, and her feet were angled out just to the left of the bed,
Okay, so her head was
furthest from the door. So
over here.
probably a little to the left of that.
Okay, and her feet were facing this way.
Yes,
So can I ask, so when you say that they were angled, the feet were angled out to the left, that you mean our left as we're looking at the photograph or her left?
no, I'm sorry. Our left is we're looking at the photograph. So it would be her right if her head was towards the air conditioning.
May I ask the witness to get that down on the virtual screen? Just to-
Yes.
Could you just describe the positioning of Ms. Fitzsimmons when you first walked into the room?
Yep, she's basically here. Like if my hand was the body, it was kind of laid like this. Her head was right over in here, and her feet were over here.
And where was the gun?
The gun was by her left leg. She was laying on her back. It was somewhere right in here. But I couldn't see the gun until I got up to her.
And then you moved her, and then you saw the gun, or did you see it?
I saw when I got up on where she was.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 55. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes. It's the bed, same bedroom, and that's the area she was laying in, right? It'd be like the bottom of the screen,
Okay.
or the
And
bottom of the photo.
That's the opposite side of the bed.
Yes.
Now, when you went up there and you were attending to Ms. Fitzsimmons and after, did Officer Noonan say anything?
Well, we were, well, she was still there? No.
Did he say anything?
Well,
after?
actually, yeah. I mean, we were both telling her to, like, just breathe, calm down and breathe.
Okay. Did he say anything after she was taken away?
Yes.
What did he say?
When we were basically in the hallway towards the baby's room when they had taken Kelsey down the stairs. And I heard him say that she had pointed a gun at him.
Objection, motion strike.
Sustained.
What was his demeanor at that point?
Officer Noonan's?
Yes.
I think he was sort of in shock a bit, like everybody. I mean, I think we were all clearly taken by surprise by what happened.
And how long after you, after the shots were fired, did you have a conversation, without saying what it was, with Officer Noonan about what happened?
Maybe 5 minutes, just based on however long it took the the medical staff to get her packaged up to get her to a hospital.
Your Honor, I would ask for a ruling on an incited utterance at this point.
an excited utterance from Officer Noonan?
Yes.
And Officer Noonan's going to testify?
Yes.
And counsel?
I would object, Your Honor.
All right. Well, I think I need more of a foundation, but if it qualifies, I'll,
Now, you stated it was about five minutes after you heard the gunshots, right? That you had a conversation with him and he said something to you, correct?
Yes,
In the meantime, you both had been tending to her wounds, true?
yes.
And you said he was, seemed to be in shock, which is different than he normally was. When you talked to him at the station.
Yeah, definitely.
And how so?
I think, like everybody else, I think he was overwhelmed, a little bit, trying to process what just happened, bewildered.
sustained. As to what, like everyone else, I just need to know what the officer appeared to you, what his demeanor, what was his emotional state, et cetera.
I wouldn't say, he wasn't emotional, he appeared shaken a bit.
I'd redo my request, Your Honor.
Lack of foundation.
And this was 5 minutes after what? After the shooting, 5 minutes after, I'm sorry, this is to you.
5 minutes after the shooting.
So how long did it take for the fire department to remove Miss Fitzsimmons?
I'm guessing around 5 minutes. It may have been quicker.
Fire department was there that quickly?
The fire department was there very quickly. Yes.
All right. I'll tell you what, this sounds like seems like a good time to take a break, our morning break. So, and I will rule on the objection when we get back. All right, so we will stand in recess, say, for 15 minutes. Will that work for everyone? Okay. All right, thank you.
All rise, please. Let's stand in a 15-minute recess. Please exit quietly.
So a quick recap for you. We heard opening statements this morning in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons bench trial. It was her decision to forgo a trial with a jury and allow that judge, the Honorable Jeffrey T. Karp, to make the decision. Yeah, we need this. There we go. So with the opening statement, you kind of get a sense of where each side is going, and it all boils down to what happened in Kelsey's home, in her room, on June 30th, 2025. So Kelsey is charged with assault with a dangerous weapon. And you may be asking, if you're not familiar with the case, how could that be? She was shot in the chest. She spent 53 days in the hospital, barely surviving that gunshot. So the defense is saying that Kelsey was home and her fiance, a firefighter, his name is Justin Alea. He got a restraining order against Kelsey without her knowledge. They were having communication that day, text messages back and forth, which, by the way, will be are admissible according to the judge. So you'll see those later during the trial. So the defense is saying that Kelsey was home unsuspecting with her 4-month-old little son, her baby, when 4 officers that, by the way, she was on the police force with, about to go back to work. And by the way, she was at the police station just days before with her baby, posing for pictures. Fast forward to that day, they are there. And who you saw on the stand, the first witness, he said that they showed up at the door, 4 officers, handed her that restraining order and told her they're taking her baby. So what did she do next? This is according to the defense. She called her mom. They said, pack your bag. She was humiliated, according to the defense. She went upstairs and wanted to end it. Had one of her firearms, again, a police officer. And put the gun to her head. And that's when Officer Noonan, who she is friends with, said, I knew him for years. We were close. She knew the wife, saying I would never point a gun at Officer Noonan. But that's what the Commonwealth is saying did happen. So back to the defense, they say that she put the gun to her head. And this is key here. The defense is saying that he said, Officer Noonan said, Kelsey, no, Kelsey, no. And then he shot her, missing the first time, hitting the air conditioning, hitting her the second time in the chest, saying she wanted to end her life. And he panicked and shot her in the chest. Well, the Commonwealth is saying that what he said in that room was, Kelsey, don't do it. Kelsey, don't do it, meaning that she pointed the gun at Officer Noonan. So what happened in that room? It's he said, she said. And both sides are saying, look, this is a fairly simple trial, simple as in what does the judge, again, a bench trial this is, believe happened in that room on June 30th, 2025. But there is nuance to this. So the defense attorney saying during one of the hearings on March 18th that there's nuance to this. What's admissible, what's not, what doors will be open and what won't be. There are recordings after this happened. Again, she was in the hospital 53 days. So fast forward, Justin, her fiance at the time, called police and said, I need to get in that house. I want an escort or a detail, he called it, to walk me into the home, which he never technically lived there. He didn't have keys anymore. When he filed the restraining order, on the restraining order, he listed his address as something different than Kelsey's. So the officers on the line, and I'll play that during the lunch break, one of the officers said, well, it is your house, Justin, very friendly with him. I'm assuming they got to know him because he was the fiance of Kelsey, a fellow officer. You can go in there. Well, he goes in with 4 buddies on the fire department, breaks in and takes things that are Kelsey's. Her laptop, was able to take $5,000 out of one of her accounts. Meanwhile, she's in the hospital, barely surviving. And he's in her house wanting to get his stuff. He has the baby. His mom was there. Back to the day that we're talking about. His mom was there, his sister. And Kelsey was told, we're taking your baby, just 4 months old. Go up and pack some things for him. So what happened in her bedroom? And the judge will have to decide. Now, this started out very differently, this case. There was a different judge who was on the trial, or the judge over this trial. And the defense said, look, she's biased, and here's why. I'm going to lay out kind of what the defense claimed, that this judge, it fit her sole purpose better if Kelsey was violating her probation. Because what the court ordered Kelsey to do was blow in a breathalyzer 4 times a day. And apparently this judge, she had asked the probation officer how Kelsey was doing. And according to this probation officer, when he said she's doing great, she's listening to all of the orders, the judge stormed out of that office. So the defense went to the court and said, we want a new judge. If Kelsey decides to sue and the taxes go up, the judge suffers. They were saying that that is why she was interested, and it benefits her if Kelsey is not doing well. Well, the Commonwealth said, well, no worries here, I'm paraphrasing. We're going to put a different judge on the case anyway. She has other things to do. She doesn't really have to be on this case. And so in comes this judge, Judge Jeffrey T. Karp. And there was a hearing. I watched it, lasted several hours. It was on March 12th of this year, just a couple of weeks ago. And you could see the defense kind of exhale that they have this judge. And I'll tell you, based on what he said and the questions he asked and the rulings that came down on that day, you could tell he was a kind person. To me, he came off as very fair. Kelsey was on the stand and said, I'm very nervous. And he was kind to her and said, I would be too. So I think that played a huge role in the defense deciding that they were going to select a bench trial. So it's up to that judge, Jeffrey Karp, to decide her fate. She faces up to 5 years in prison. So that's a lot to put on the judge, the faith that you have in that judge. And something that stood out to me that I saw during this March 12th hearing was they had a camera on Kelsey, and behind Kelsey was her father. And when the judge made the decision that Kelsey could move out of their home, it was ordered that she was living with her mom and the stepdad, that she could, he was relaxing some of the orders from that judge, the initial judge. And you could see when he said, I will allow her to move into her townhouse that she had ready to go. Everything was all set there. He kind of exhaled, and you could see a smile on her face, because she has said time and time again in the press conferences after these hearings that her main goal is to see her son. When he was taken from her arms in her home on that day, the day we're discussing, the day she was shot, hasn't seen her son since. Back to the initial judge, I do want to get this in. She was ordered to blow into this breathalyzer. She was shot 53 days in the hospital. It was difficult for her to do that because of her ribs. She was still healing. Well, that judge said, you're not complying. We're sending you back to jail. And it was believed by so many. I'm relatively new to this case, but it was believed by so many that that was just blatantly unfair. So that plays in, I believe, to seeing this new judge and hearing from him, because as you know, in all of the trials that I've covered through my days on CNN and HLN, so many trials, you remember the judges. They play a crucial part in this. You remember the judges who are fair. You remember what they say to both the defense and the prosecution. And we saw with Karen Reed that wasn't the case, in my opinion, that the judge was fair at all. And with this judge, I do believe that he is. It was asked by the Commonwealth, though. He brought it up and said, look, Judge, this has been brought to my attention. Is it true that you know the defense attorney? And he said, I don't have social media. I kind of made a joke about it, but said, it is. We were part of this class back in 1995 in the DA's office, and we were part of that class together, but I'm glad you brought it up. I do believe that I can be fair. It's not like they were best friends here, but they did know each other during that time. The defense attorney stood up and said, it's not like we got together. I haven't seen you in a decade. But that happens when you're in the same area to kind of try a case in front of a judge or run into them. He was a defense attorney, the judge was, for a time. And then he brought this up, the new judge, Judge Karp, he said. And I also want to mention that I know you, to the Commonwealth, to that attorney, saying that I know everybody here, but I believe that I can be fair and balanced. So it kind of shut that down. And he said, on purpose, I don't have social media. I don't really know what goes on. I watch the news unless it's a trial that I'm covering here. And he said he believes he can be fair. The defense was discussing the text messages, the back and forth between Justin and Kelsey. And the defense is saying, look, I don't want this to open many doors. I don't want it to be about Justin versus Kelsey, some of her old boyfriends, his old girlfriends. And so it concerns me. Well, the judge said this stood out to me. Well, frankly, I think the text messages help you, saying that to the defense. And he said, and I thought that too, like, doesn't paint him in such a good picture being the fiance. The judge also said, and I don't know if this is an indication on how he's going to rule. What it does tell me is he knows the details of the case. He knows what wouldn't be admissible if this was a jury trial. He said during the recordings that you'll hear during the lunch break, I'll play them for you. Justin is trying to get in her house no matter what. He said, I want to take my stuff. In so many words, I'm scared of her father. I have no doubt in my mind he'll be here. I need a detail. Well, he called several times. And he says, I want to talk to the OIC, the officer in charge. And he's angry and he's saying, I will escalate. And the officer on the other end goes, what do you mean by escalate? Again, Justin's a firefighter, not a police officer. It felt like almost threatening to me. And the judge pointed out at that hearing in March, Justin never asked about the well-being of Kelsey or of any concern. Because where we are today is because of a restraining order that was filed by Justin and his sister without giving any heads up. They did not want Kelsey to know beforehand. So it was kind of an I gotcha restraining order, claiming in so many words that Justin believed that his child, the 4-month-old baby boy, was in immediate danger. And so that's when the 4 or 5, showed up to Kelsey's house. And who you just saw right before this break was the first witness for the Commonwealth. He was an officer that was there. He wasn't upstairs when the shots were fired. That was Officer Noonan and Kelsey. So 2 people in her bedroom. Does it come down to who do you believe and what happened in there? Well, in the opening statements, the Commonwealth says, look, he's a skilled officer. This is a 50-year-old man on SWAT for a short time. He wouldn't just panic and shoot Kelsey, saying that the gun was pointed at him. That's why he shot twice. Well, the defense in their opening statement came back and said, so if he's such a skilled officer, why did he miss? Why did he hit the air conditioning? And then he shot Kelsey. And Kelsey has said, never, ever would I point a gun at Officer Noonan. I was friends with them. And they experienced something together on the force weeks before, or a year before, I believe, that was extremely difficult for both of them. They get called to a scene, and it was a mother killing her child and then killing herself. And that they sought counseling through the police department with that they bonded over that horrible, horrible incident. So that's what's difficult, I believe, for both Officer Noonan and Kelsey, because they shared a friendship. They were both on the police force. And now she's charged. She was shot in the chest, almost died. She's charged with assault with a dangerous weapon. Immediately, they wanted it attempted murder. Went before a grand jury. Grand jury says, no evidence of that. So it's now assault with a dangerous weapon. But still, the sentence could be up to 5 years. And before, I got a little bit of a late start today for technical difficulties on my end, but they wanted to make sure that none of the witnesses were in that courtroom because your testimony can be swayed based on what other people say, what you hear. And the defense said, I don't want the family members of the witnesses. And the judge said, I'm paraphrasing it, I can't do that, but they can't talk to the family members about what they heard. And then the judge said, I understand a lot of people are live streaming this. Don't watch it if you are a witness. So they want the witnesses coming in. I was curious as to who the defense was talking about, because specifically he said that there was a family member in there. Was it Justin? Will we hear from him, the ex-fiance, who got that restraining order with his sister? Will we hear from his sister? We will hear from Officer Noonan. He's the key witness. It's his side. I believe we'll hear from Kelsey as well. She took the stand, as I mentioned, during one of the hearings, and maybe that she doesn't have any more nerves in terms of that, or feels comfortable with the judge clearly because she's leaving her fate up to him. He's going to be the decision maker. But this trial moving a lot quicker. I've heard of bench trials. I've never covered one. But of course, the jury selection is out. And as you know, that could take several days. And who was a key witness, I'm also wondering, for Kelsey? I think the father. Oh, back to a story I was telling. During the hearing, I saw her dad kind of exhale and get emotional because of everything that family has gone through, everything they've been through. And the judge also asked this: why does she have to blow into this breathalyzer so many times a day? He said, I don't know what I don't know. I also like that about him. Not a know-it-all. We've all seen judges like that claim they're right and everyone else is wrong. So he's saying, I only know what I know. Well, they were surprise tests. and it was at least 4 times a day, and it would beep, and that's when Kelsey knew she had to blow into that. And the judge asked the defense attorney, why is that? And why, because he had read through, he knew the case at this time, why is it that the doctor doesn't mention alcoholism? And the defense attorney said, frankly, I think it was, and I wrote it down here, kind of to stick it to her, to punish her, and to have her do that. And then the initial judge sending her back to jail because she physically couldn't blow into that. So I think clearly there was some, in my opinion, unfair treatment to Kelsey. And she said that she believes she survived for a reason, and she just wants to be there for her son, who's over the age of 1, by the way, has been in the custody of Justin and his mom and sister. So we'll see what happens with the trial. The judge saying it should wrap up by Friday easily, considering it's a bench trial and that he's the decision maker here. But he is now, knows everything about the case, said he would read up on that. And you could tell that during the hearing. She decided that, Kelsey did, with her attorneys on March 18th. So March 12th, the first time he's on the stand and saying, hey, I'm your new judge. And that lasted, I would say, a couple hours. Then another hearing on March 18th, where Kelsey said, look, that is my decision. So she was on the stand and he said, I just want to make it clear. I have to ask you these questions, ask questions about her schooling. How far did you go? She said a bachelor's degree. And also, this was kind of funny, half of law school. And he said, what? I didn't catch that. And he said, oh, I guess that would be enough for me, right? Half of law school. And she joked and said she wanted to go back and finish law school and become a lawyer. So I started to kind of listen and learn about this case through various channels that I watched on YouTube and kind of learn about it. But what stood out to me, which I'll play for you, which I don't believe are admissible here, I wonder if they will be, because family court's the start of April. This isn't the end for Kelsey. After this trial, she's trying to get her son back. And so what was clear to me was that that's what they're working towards as well. Kelsey moving into her own condo, which she was allowed to do, having her own place, as the defense put it, out of her high school bed. So the judge said to the Commonwealth, do you object to that? And he said, well, not that I don't want her to get better, but if something's not broke, why fix it? His words, the prosecutor. And the judge said, well, it's broke to her. It's broke to her. It doesn't work for her. So I believe she's been trying to rebuild, of course, ever since that day. And what also grabbed my attention, going back to that, were the recorded voice calls that you hear the fiance angrily say that. And I know that that can't be part of this decision, because this is about Officer Noonan and it's about Kelsey and what happened in that room. Was she in such a dire state that she wanted to turn the gun on herself, or did she point the gun at the officer? And that's what the judge has to decide. And we'll see who's on the witness list. I believe it will be Kelsey's mom and dad, the stepdad. I wonder if Justin takes a stand. My initial guess is, actually, I don't know. It could go either way here. The opening statements, I believe, laid it out. It sounded simple. What happened in the bedroom? The defense saying that Kelsey said that the officer in the room with her who shot her said, Kelsey, no, which meant she had the gun to her head. That's what the defense is saying. Well, the state says, Kelsey, don't do it, that's what she said there. And also, when you hear the recordings, a little disturbing if you think of yourself as a mom or dad and you have a 4-month-old, as a mother breastfeeding, the baby's taken away. Put yourself in her shoes there. And the sister of the fiance gets on the phone with the officer saying, kind of figuring out what it said to me is they were trying to assess, would she be given a heads up? They were so concerned about that. Meanwhile, she's with her son. I don't feel like they felt there was fear there at that immediate moment, because what they were talking about is, how can we surprise her? How can we just get her served? There she is. We're going to bring 4 officers and they're just going to serve her the restraining order in limine, meaning she doesn't know, and to show up there and take her son. She called her mom. Her mom was downstairs. The first witness on the stand today for the state saying that he heard gunshots, and he ran up, and they asked, how did the officer seem? The officer, is it Pat Noonan? How did he seem? Because he had just shot Kelsey in the chest, and he said a little, you could tell the officer was thinking, what do I say? He said a little bit shocked, a little bit stunned as what went down there. So this is the day 1. We'll see what happens next. And I'll be back when court starts.
Government wants to have it both ways here. They want you to think that this guy is cool, calm, and collected, and then they want to get some statements in a completely different aspect. So, statements that are excited utterances are, they can be made after there's been time for reflection, time for possible fabrication. And here it's 5 minutes goes by, and this is not. I know probably all of us attorneys in this room, and Your Honor certainly, are used to thinking about excited utterances maybe in a little more of a liberal fashion, with like a domestic violence victim, someone who is completely upset and the upset continues. They've gone on record saying how professional and cool and calculated this guy is. So that plus the 5 minutes, plus the time for fabrication here, plus the motive for fabrication, I think makes it fatal to the government's efforts, and I think you should deny it.
Anything in addition, Commonwealth?
Yeah, the declarant himself need not be excited. It is the fact of the matter that the declarant is still under the stress of the exciting event. And the court should consider the factors such as whether it's made in the same location as the precipitating event, temporal proximity, age, spontaneity, and degree of excitement. The Commonwealth is not claiming that, Officer Noonan was in shambles after the shooting. Certainly not, but he was still under the pressure of the event. It was within minutes. It was in the same location. Officer Noonan is present. He's going to testify, available for cross-examination, no confrontation issue. So I would suggest that in the court's discretion, you allow the spontaneous utterance for whatever degree of value you see fit.
Okay.
So the last thing, Judge, if I may respond, sorry. It's just that, this is the exact time you would fabricate when your colleagues are starting to form opinions about what happened. It's the exact incentive, it's the exact time to fabricate. Thank you.
Okay, all right. I think Attorney Moriarty was referring to the factors in Commonwealth versus Baldwin. At least I think that's a more recent case that has them, which is at 476 Mass, strike that, 476 Mass, 1041 at page 1042, a 2017 case. So I can say that a lot of the factors, you're right, do gravitate towards admission, them being admissible, but I am going to sustain the objection. This will be somewhat of a double negative, but strike that. I am unable to find by a preponderance of the evidence that the statement was not the product of reflective thought. So the objection sustained. All right, you may continue, Mr. Gubitosi.
Thank you. Just one other question. You were on scene at the time of the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Was your gun checked after the shooting before you left the scene?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would be playing exhibit number 73.
Okay, which is what?
A video compilation of surveillance outside of the house.
Outside of the house?
Well, outside of the house, including the basement.
Okay. And this has been jointly admitted, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, you may play it. Is there sound too, or is it?
No.
Can you folks in the back row see all right?
Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry. It just, you can see when it's on the screen, you know.
That's okay.
Well, Your Honor, I wasn't going to ask any questions of this witness during the video itself anyway, so I think I can end my questioning. I can play it after when we have it all set.
Okay. Well, Mr. Wayne, you think you can just in a couple minutes, or you're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. All right. So, yeah, why don't we maybe try to fix it at the lunch break? Would that work? Would that work for the Commonwealth?
Sure.
All right, but if we're going to do that, Mr. Wayne, is that? That's okay.
We have IT here. I can have you come up with the brief.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. All right, so do you have questions? Do you have additional questions?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that you had additional questions.
no, that's what I said. I wasn't asking any additional questions, so I
weren't
can.
that- okay.
I can sit down.
So I guess, Mr. Bradle,
Yes.
strike that. We started to watch Exhibit 73, it cut off. We're having some audio-visual difficulties, which is my signal for our IT folks that may be in the building to come on up and help us. But while I'm stalling doing that, are you okay with marching forward with your cross?
I can
Without-
do the
without it-
start, But it is my problem now, Judge, I guess. I just
It is,
would like it
okay.
to work at
So
some point.
So to be clear, you want to use this video in your cross?
Yes.
All right, well, in fairness, if that's the case, then I should allow the Commonwealth an opportunity to play it. So where's our IT folks?
He's on his way up.
Okay, excellent. Is it?
My name is Khan.
You know what, while we're doing that, can I see counsel at sidebar?
So if you're just joining me, you're looking at, I believe that's the floor for the feed NBC Boston there. And this morning got off to a pretty quick start, but there's technical difficulties. The opening statements to me were short, and both sides saying at a March 12th hearing that this case they believed was pretty simple. And then the judge kind of making a joke because there are nuances to this case. One being the fiance, Justin, of Kelsey, and the defense. This was back at that March hearing, which I think was so key in this and learning about it and what was admissible, what wouldn't be. And I felt like the defense was kind of in the middle, saying, you know, because the judge said, frankly, I think the text messages help your client, to the defense. And he said, I do too. I don't know what doors this will open. And that's always a concern of defense attorney, state attorney, on what will this turn into if you open the door. So that was one of the issues. And I do believe that the judge ruled that the text messages will be allowed in, but I don't believe the voice messages or the sound, kind of the recorded sound of Justin, the fiance, with the police. Justin Alayan is how you pronounce his last name, with the police saying, I want a detail to show up at Kelsey's house when she was in the hospital in July to get his stuff, claiming that he lived there when in fact he didn't at the time. So I don't believe that is allowed in, but the text messages of that day, because it comes down to that day, June 30th, what happened inside of Kelsey's home, in her bedroom. She was shot in the chest, almost dying, spending 53 days in a hospital. She is charged with assault with a dangerous weapon because the Commonwealth claims that she pointed the gun at a fellow officer, Noonan. By the way, she was an officer, friends with the officers coming to take her son out of the home. But the defense says no, it was a moment where she was so depressed, turned the gun on herself. Commonwealth saying no, she pointed it at Noonan, therefore he returned fire, shooting her in the chest. And it is odd, I would imagine, for Kelsey to see those that she worked with on the stand. And she did say at a press conference after one of the hearings that she would never point a gun at Noonan, that she was friends with the wife and friends with them, that she wanted to end her life,
Make sure that I understand. Mr. Gupta,
considering what was happening.
If this were to play to its conclusion,
It's
you would
listening.
have no questions? Correct. Okay. So then, why don't we do this? Let's march forward with the cross. And obviously, Commonwealth can follow up on redirect. And maybe by then we'll get it working. All right. Unless you were going to start with that? Okay.
They're discussing Officer Sean Daly, the first on the
You
stand.
should be able to try your case.
I will say that there's technical difficulties in a lot of the trials I've covered.
We have the actual DVR in the house, and so we have the same stuff. We may be able to play it from ours.
I remember, especially in the Delphi trial, the opening statements from Nick McClelland,
Okay.
technical
Right,
difficulties.
you have the exhibit, you're just putting it in a different.
You got to keep going, though, with the opening statement. Not here, though.
Can you just confirm that that's right? That
Yes.
It's the same exhibit? Okay.
Yes, it's what we received.
So let's see if we can get it moving, and if so.
We have enough time.
All right, so why don't we do this? Let's start from the top. Can you just replay, just start it from the beginning? We're still going to consider this, that this is during the direct by the Commonwealth of the lieutenant.
What they're
And this
discussing is
Exhibit
the
73.
security footage outside of
And now, of course, it won't work.
Kelsey's home on that day, June 30th, 2025. And you see her walk in with her baby.
Okay, thank you.
And at this point, I believe she's coming home from the park. She was supposed to meet her fiance, stood her up, didn't show. Meanwhile, he's on the phone with his sister, him and his sister next to each other, Justin and his sister, talking to the police, trying to get this served to her, to Kelsey, the restraining order. And here are the officers coming with the restraining order. So it's Officer Tim Houston, Officer Sean Daly, and Officer Pat Noonan. Pat Noonan is the officer that shot Kelsey. That's her front porch area. There is security cameras obviously there, but not inside of the home. And by the way, the officers, this is a key sticking point for the defense, weren't wearing body cameras, weren't wearing that, even though the department had been funded. We don't know why, but they didn't have a body camera. So look at how young that baby is. That it's 4 months old. Here they come with the restraining order saying, we're taking your baby. Here it is. Oh. So now the officer has the baby. That's Pat Noonan holding the baby. At this time, Kelsey called her mom to come over. I believe this is Kelsey's mother coming in. Yes. Also arriving to the house is Justin Alayan. Here he comes, and his sister arrived at the house. There's Justin's sister with the baby leaving, 4 months old, taken away from its mom. This is infuriating to me. But Justin said in the restraining order that he fears for the safety of himself and the baby. So they leave with the baby. Here he comes back in. This is the basement. There's obviously security footage down there. Looks like he's getting a suitcase to gather some of his things. There's also footage of Justin and his four or five firefighting buddies in that home in July when Kelsey's in the hospital, taking his things as he claimed, but taking her laptop. I wonder if there was gunfire there. He seems to be running, if he heard that. Oh, there he is. And I believe the defense, that will be a big part of that. He runs out. He leaves. He's out of there. I think getting a backpack out of the car to help to assist with Kelsey. She was, again, shot in the chest. You know, it's very telling to me just sitting here thinking about Justin being a firefighter and being skilled in that, could have assisted maybe. Instead, you could tell that he hears something in the basement, runs up and out. And there she is. I bet that's tough for her, seeing herself, watching that in court, and her parents.
That's it.
Is that the conclusion? Okay. And, all right, so we've ended Exhibit 73. The Commonwealth has no further questions on direct at this time? Okay. All right, so cross-examination.
Thank you. I'm sorry?
Photographs.
Well, he was-
Oh, yes, yeah, photographs.
Lieutenant Daly, good afternoon or good.
That's all right, I just need to be able to see Mr. Bradley. All right, all set, Mr. Bradle.
Sorry, did someone just have, sorry, I was hoping to just.
Oh, you're gonna replay it. I'm sorry, that's why.
I'm gonna use it, I'm sorry, yeah.
No, that's okay. All right, so.
And that was
I'm
actually
sorry,
working pretty well.
Mr. Wayne, then I shouldn't have moved.
Sorry.
No.
So do what you need to do.
Okay, you're ready.
All right, may I inquire, Your Honor? Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So we've never spoken before, correct?
Correct.
And you did not write a report in this case?
I did.
And where is it? Who did you write it to?
Where did I write a report?
Right, when did you write it?
Afterwards?
And was it submitted in discovery?
I don't know. I wasn't involved in that.
Now, as far as preparing for trial, did you meet with the Commonwealth to do so?
I did.
And how many times did you do that?
Once.
And when was that?
Friday. Last Friday.
Last Friday? Okay. And so it's been obviously since June 30th, since this happened, correct?
Correct.
And you've been on the job with Officer Houston?
Correct.
You've been on the job with Officer Noonan?
Yes.
Now, in terms of this incident, isn't it true that you spoke with Justin Elaine at the police department before going to Kelsey's house on June 30th?
Yes.
And was that in person?
Yeah, in the lobby.
And how many times did you speak with him altogether?
In the lobby? Or
Anywhere
I
about this?
if I had spoken to him at a work, like if he was on some type of a medical event,
I mean about this incident, about the
Oh.
service of the restraining order.
just in the lobby.
So
And
once-
then when I called him on the phone to come over to the house, I've never spoken to him
All right, how did you get a hold of his phone number?
because he gave it. I asked him for his phone number when we were in the lobby before I left, and I told him to wait in the lobby till I called him to come over.
How did he come to be at the lobby of the police station?
I don't know.
Why
I would
was he-
assume he drove, but I
Well,
don't.
you interacted with him, right?
I did.
Was he there to see you?
I don't know if it was necessarily there to see me. He was there to bring in the restraining order and to work out the logistics of the essentially taking custody of the child.
Okay. So he brought you the restraining order?
He brought a copy of it, and we had a copy of it that had come in electronically.
Did he show you a copy of his affidavit at all?
He did.
And did you bring that to Ms. Fitzsimmons?
No.
So you had it with Mr. Lane, but you didn't share it with Ms. Fitzsimmons when you served the order?
I didn't share it with Ms. Fitzsimmons when I saw the order. No.
Now, just so we have this right, Mr. Alayan went to probate and family court, filed a lawsuit, essentially, a restraining order, getting custody and making all sorts of allegations against Ms. Fitzsimmons, right? That was your understanding?
Yes.
And he was living in Stowe, Massachusetts with his parents at the time, correct?
I don't know where he was living.
Okay. Did you ask?
No.
Did it matter?
Where he was living, I knew he wasn't living at the residence, because if he was living at the residence, it would have changed things, as in Ms. Fitzsimmons would have had to vacate the residence.
There you go.
The judge would have checked on that.
So he's not living at Phillips Brooks Road, right?
Or he had somewhere else to stay. I didn't ask him.
And there's no provisions here where, in this order, where he's trying to get her kicked out of her own house, right?
Correct.
So he's an adversary to her. He's gotten an order from a court that says, I'm afraid of her, keep her away from me, right? That's what it says in essence, right?
Correct.
And you summoned him to the house where she was?
To pick up the child, yes.
So have you ever served an order where you brought the person who says they're afraid of the person to the person before?
If there's going to be some type of a custody exchange, yes.
Have you done that before?
We have, yes.
Not we, you.
Yes.
When?
I don't recall, but I know it's happened.
Okay. So how long after you got to the house and you gave Kelsey the order, did you call Justin to come to the house?
Would have been a matter of minutes.
A matter of minutes.
Yep.
So who did you go to the house with?
Officer Newman.
Not a trick question, obviously. Noonan and Houston, right?
Yes,
Okay. So you have social workers on your staff, don't you?
we do.
No social worker.
No.
So with respect to the situation, you knew this was a 4-month-old child, right?
I did.
DCF?
No.
So you go to the,
Asking.
I'll ask a more detailed
Okay,
question,
please.
sorry, Your Honor. So you didn't summon anyone from DCF to come and look at the situation or anything like that to, you didn't report to DCF about the situation?
Which situation?
The fact that you were going to a police officer's house,
Uh-huh.
taking her 4-month-old baby and giving it to a guy,
The father?
Yeah.
No, I didn't call DCF, no.
all right, aren't you a mandated reporter?
I am.
And you didn't report it?
Report what?
The fact that there was a dispute over the 4-year-old child and that there was a court order to take the child away?
No, I didn't report it.
Now, restraining orders, you're experienced with restraining orders, right?
I am.
Restraining orders have provisions for retrieving property, don't they?
What do you mean by that?
Restraining orders have a provision that says, and the judge can check the box, the judge can write things in it, as they often scrawl things in, right? Paragraph 10 says, you may pick up your personal belongings in the company of police or at a time agreed to by the plaintiff. That's just by the plaintiff, it says that, right?
Yes.
And so there's a provision where the plaintiff can allow it by agreeing to it. And this is a situation that's a little bit different, isn't it? The
I don't know.
plaintiff is leaving, right? And the defendant is staying at the house.
Yes.
So the judge took no action in that area, did they? About whether or not Justin Elaine could go into that house.
No.
And so you took that upon yourself to let him in there?
She was informed that we were calling him to come get the baby. She did not object to it.
She didn't object to it?
No.
When was she informed?
When I served her the order, when she was sitting on the couch.
And you said what?
I
We're
told
gonna
her-
let Justin come over and rummage around your basement?
No, I didn't say that. What I
What
told
did
her
you say?
was that Justin was granted custody of the child by the court or whatever, and that's what I said to her.
And while we're on that topic, she didn't say, I want to pack a bag. You and your colleague officers told her, pack a bag for the baby, correct?
No, we did not. She raised she basically said the baby doesn't have anything.
Well, you're the one planning this. Sorry.
I did not hear that last.
She basically said the baby didn't have any of their stuff, is how that, what precipitated her going around the house to gather items.
So you're the one planning this out. It's your testimony that you weren't thinking about her needing to pack some things for the baby to take with you or with Justin and Elaine?
I don't understand the question.
You're saying that you didn't tell her to pack anything for the baby. That wasn't part of your plan, in other words?
No,
The fact is, not Noonan, not Houston, you told Kelsey Fitzsimmons, pack a bag for 2 weeks for your baby, didn't you?
no,
And so it's your testimony that you had no plan, no thought process about getting things for the baby. Is that right?
I don't know that I didn't have a plan, but what precipitated her going around the house and grabbing items was her bringing it up to me.
So you're saying that was just sort of a spontaneous thing that she took upon herself?
Yeah.
Okay. So you get in there. Kelsey has the baby. She's doing regular mom things, right? She's coming home. She's got the baby in her hands. She's got sweat clothes on. She's walking around the house.
Yes.
No signs of upset or trauma to the baby until you get there and tell her what's going on, right?
Yes. Well, when I first told, she was calm when we first told her what was going on.
Sure. And then you told her what was going on.
When I told her what was going on, she was still calm. She called her mother on the phone, but she didn't become emotional at that point.
And the baby started to cry.
Yeah.
And at that point, you asked her to put the baby in a rocker. Is that right?
No, she put the baby in the rocker before she sat on the couch.
At some point, Kelsey picked the baby back up because the baby was crying,
Correct.
and she was in the middle of feeding the baby, right? When you got there.
Which I don't know that.
So
There was a bottle. I don't know what she was doing before I got there. There was a bottle with formula or whatever there. Yes.
and she told you that she was feeding the baby and that she needed to keep feeding the baby, right?
Actually, yes. Yes.
Okay. And then she hands the baby to who?
Officer Noonan.
She handed the baby to Officer Noonan,
Correct.
right? And she gave the bottle to Officer Noonan, and Officer Noonan fed her baby, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So her state of mind towards Officer Noonan, 5 minutes before the shooting, or 10 minutes, or whatever it is that you're someone that can feed my baby. You're someone that can take my baby, right?
Somewhat argumentative, overruled.
She did that, right?
She did what?
What I just said.
Did you ask the question again?
She gave Noonan her baby.
Oh,
And
yes.
she gave him the bottle and he fed her. Right?
Yes.
And nobody forced her to do that. She made a decision to do that on her own, right?
Yes.
Now, you said that Kelsey had started in 2025. That's what I have in my notes. That's not
no,
right,
it was
is it?
before, I believe it was 24.
Okay, well, it's 23,
Okay.
is it not?
I'm not positive of the date. It's been a few years.
All right. It's fair to say that you hired her, right?
I did.
You trained her for 6 months you were her DI for 6 months, right? Drill
Correct.
instructor?
Yes.
She was the treasurer of the police academy when she was there, right?
She was.
She came on the job and she worked under you on many shifts, right?
During field training and I believe briefly afterwards, yes.
All right. So she's an officer from 23 that you know well, and she's been there a while, right up until going out on maternity leave and then coming back, just about to come back June 30th, right?
Correct.
And as of June 30th, she was slated to go back on the schedule for July 4th, right?
To go back on patrol, yes.
Yes. So at some point in this incident, Mr. Alain asked you if you could go in the basement and get some things, right?
Yes,
And you let him do that unsupervised, correct?
correct.
Isn't it required that an officer accompany the person with the consent of the homeowner?
I'm not sure.
Now, at some point, Kelsey's mother comes in, correct?
Correct.
Where were you and where was Kelsey when that happened?
When Kelsey's mother came in, I believe we were in the living room.
And Kelsey was nowhere near that, correct?
Kelsey was nowhere near where?
Her mother.
I don't understand the question.
When Kelsey's mother arrived,
Yeah.
Kelsey was upstairs with Noonan and Houston, wasn't she?
No, when Kelsey's mother arrived, no, I believe at that point, Officer Houston had the baby. Officer Houston had the baby.
And Officer Houston gave Kelsey's mother the baby, correct?
Correct.
And then Officer Houston went upstairs?
I'm not positive at that
So
point.
at some point, you're downstairs, Houston and Noonan are upstairs with Kelsey, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. Where was mom at that time?
She was in the living room
With who?
with the baby
And where were you?
in the living in the living room.
So you're with her.
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you hear 2 gunshots.
Yes.
And at that time, Houston is downstairs with you. He's joined you downstairs.
When the gunshots happened, he's downstairs. But he's not joined with me.
He
He's
is,
around in like the kitchen, right at the top of the staircase,
so he's,
according to him.
Houston is downstairs and not upstairs with Noonan and Kelsey, correct?
Correct.
You hear 2 gunshots. Is it fair to say these gunshots were in quick succession?
Yes.
What did you do?
I was running up the stairs when the shots were fired.
Did you see the shots?
No, I heard 2 loud bangs as I was running up the stairs.
Where was Noonan, if you know?
Noonan was right outside of the frame of the bedroom door, in like the, if you want to call it a hallway, the upstairs hallway.
Like
in
maybe like a
between-
landing, like the top
Sure.
landing of the steps?
In between both bedrooms.
All right, so Noonan is at the door frame, correct?
Yes,
And it's fair to say there's no door to the bedroom, right?
correct.
When you get up the stairs and look into the room, what's the first thing you see?
Her feet
Where were they?
over on the other, the far end of the bedroom by the bed.
Kelsey's feet.
Correct.
And she was on her back.
Yes,
She had a gunshot wound to the lower chest.
yes.
And at some point, you went over there to render first aid, right?
Yeah, it was pretty much immediately.
And Noonan is covering the scene with his firearm, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you went up to Kelsey, what was the first thing you did? Was it in terms of first aid or in terms of securing the firearm?
Secure the firearm.
And where was the firearm?
The firearm was by her left leg.
All right. Isn't it true that when you were interviewed by the CIC representatives, you said that the weapon was under her leg.
I didn't hear that. Under what?
Yes, you said it was under her leg when you were
Yeah, it was
interviewed.
by her left leg. Like,
Well, under is different than by.
when I was able to see the firearm when I got up to her. I could
There's no
not see
question
it.
before you, sir. I'll ask you a question. So today you're saying that it was by her leg, correct?
Yes,
And we agree that when you were interviewed by the CIC months and months ago, you said that the firearm was under her leg, correct?
I'd have to look at the exact statement, but
Sure. May I approach her?
Yeah. Approach, can you just make a record of what it is that you're showing him?
Sure, Judge. For the record, I'm proffering the witness page 21 of the CIC report that was commissioned by the North Neighborhood People.
Okay, you wanted to look at it?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Daly, do me a favor, look, you can look anywhere you want on the page, but I want to invite your attention to right here. You can look up and down. Just take a look and familiarize yourself when you're comfortable.
Okay.
You got it? Okay. I'm going to read something and I'm going to ask you if I read it correctly. So she's laying on her back, head towards the window, feet closest to us, and the firearm was underneath her left leg. Did I read that correctly?
you did.
And that was your testimony, right?
Yes.
Why did you roll her over?
To see if there was an exit wound.
And did you tend to that?
Yes,
And at some point, Kelsey said, "I'm sorry, I want to die," correct?
correct.
And when was that?
During that time.
Was Noonan anywhere near her?
Yeah,
What was he doing?
I don't know. I mean, he was he was right by me, but I was wrapping gauze around her, trying to at that point. He was there. He might have been grabbing stuff, more additional things out of the medical bag.
At that point, Kelsey looked at him and said, "Why?" Didn't she?
Not that I recall.
Did Noonan say anything to her?
I think, yeah, and so did I. He basically said, like, calm down and keep breathing.
Is that it?
That I can recall, yes.
And what about you? What did you say to her?
The same thing.
Now, you were asked if you had your gun checked as a result of this incident. What? I don't mean to put you on the spot. And you can go find it. But do you know your gun serial number?
No, I don't.
What were the circumstances of you getting your gun checked?
You mean why they did it?
No,
What do you mean?
what happened? Just physically? Did you give it to someone or what?
Yeah, one of the Mass State troopers from ballistics took it, and emptied, I believe, counted all the rounds in the firearm, etc. It may have done something else. I don't know.
You don't know?
No,
Do you know who it was that took it?
I don't.
You gave your gun to somebody and you don't know who you gave it to?
Correct.
Who else had their gun checked?
I believe all three guns ended up getting checked. Maybe not there, but
I don't want you to speculate. So
I wasn't present when anyone else had the gun checked.
I appreciate you trying to help. My question is, what's your personal knowledge of who got their gun checked? Let me ask it a better way.
At that time,
What did you see? Who
Oh.
got their gun checked?
I didn't.
Okay, so you don't have any personal knowledge of anyone else getting their gun checked?
At that time, no.
Okay. Did you witness someone else giving up their gun and getting their gun checked at another time period?
No.
So the whole state of your knowledge about guns being checked is that your gun was given to someone, you don't know who it was, but they took out the bullets and the cartridges and inventoried it. Is that it?
Well, I didn't give it. I gave it to a Mass State Trooper from the ballistics team. I believe there were 3 of them over by the truck. I don't know which one I handed it to. I didn't ask him his name. But yeah, that's what happened.
Did they do the things you said in front of you about inventorying the cartridges and all that?
I saw him unload and make the gun safe and empty the magazine. And at that point, I walked away.
Did you sign a receipt or anything, or a chain of custody or anything at all?
No, because I got the firearm back once they did whatever they did.
And when did you get the firearm back?
At some point after that same evening.
That same evening?
Correct.
And sorry if I asked you this. You don't have any personal knowledge of the circumstances of anybody else's guns being given up and checked?
I never witnessed any of the other people's guns getting checked. I know that Tim Houston had already left, and they were trying to had already left the scene at that point. So they were trying to make, logistically plan out someone going over to pick up the gun from his firearm.
Okay.
So I knew that it got checked. I just don't know exactly when.
You assume it got checked based on the circumstances. How about that? You
Fair
agree on
enough.
that? Okay. Now, you spoke with Justin Elaine at the lobby of the police station before you went to the scene, right?
Yes.
We talked about that. Now, up until that conversation, did you have any information any further information from Justin Elaine about the circumstances of Kelsey's state of mind that day, or anything that was going on with Kelsey that day?
Prior to seeing him in the lobby?
When you were speaking with Justin Elaine in the lobby,
Yeah.
had you already had any information about Kelsey's whereabouts or actions that day?
From Justin?
From anywhere?
Oh, yes.
Were you aware that she was waiting for him at the park in town?
No, I wasn't aware that till Kelsey told me that when we went to the house.
Isn't it true that at the police station, Justin Elaine said to you, "I wouldn't be surprised if she shot the baby right in front of you," right?
Yes.
And that added to your mindset about going to see Kelsey, didn't it?
I don't know. I don't
That
understand
was
the
part of
question.
the quantum of evidence or thoughts or presumptions that you had in your head, right?
I think it raised my awareness.
And that was communicated to Noonan, wasn't it?
Both Noonan and Houston, yes.
And so that statement from Justin Elaine, it's fair to say, contributes to an increased level of vigilance towards Kelsey when you got there, right?
No, I would think,
It's your testimony that that's not a factor in your mind? Is
no,
that
it's a
correct?
fact, it's a factor in my mind, but I think from a tactical perspective, I think everyone was, actually, yes.
Did you-
Everybody was probably more on point than normal.
Did you consider Justin Elaine's motive for saying such a thing, or credibility or lack of credibility of him saying such a thing?
Overruled, just yes or no?
Did I consider, I'm sorry, can you
Did you
ask me?
consider the source? How about that?
No.
He was a plaintiff in a domestic situation seeking to get custody of his baby and her baby through an ex parte restraining order, right? He was he was adverse to Kelsey Fitzsimmons, wasn't he?
Yes.
I'll strike it.
Did you have a conversation with your fellow officers about the credibility of such an assertion about your own officer that you hired, trained, had on the job?
So you're referring to Ms. Fitzsimmons?
Yes.
Overall,
I'm sorry, can you?
Yeah, did you think about what he's saying? How did that affect your state of mind towards Kelsey?
I don't know that, I didn't take everything that you said as 100% factual. However, there was a court order in place where we had to go serve the documentation. Regardless, I don't know. That was my state of mind.
Did you consult with Justin at all relative to this restraining order before you met him in the lobby?
No.
Well, you talked to him on the phone, right?
Before I met him in the lobby, no.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
I
Go ahead.
talked to him on the phone when I called him to come to the house. That's the only time I've ever spoken to him on the phone.
Hey, one moment, please, Your Honor. So Lieutenant Daly, after this shooting and a crime scene's established, it's fair to say that you had some other officers come to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And some of those officers were trained mental health officers, correct?
Everybody's a trained mental health officer in some capacity.
Well, there's Officer Seaway,
Yes.
and he has some special training with mental health
Yes.
issues, correct? And
Seaway?
Seawade, S-E-W-A-D-E. And he came to the scene after the fact, right?
Yes.
He didn't come for Kelsey. He came for Noonan, right?
Yes.
Nothing further.
When you provide when you're serving a restraining order, you serve the order itself, correct?
Yes.
You don't serve an affidavit.
Never.
It's just the court order is being given to the defendant in that order. So they're on notice as to what the judge has decided, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you talked about your gun being checked. How many rounds do you typically carry in your gun?
17 in the magazine and one of the two. So 18 total rounds.
Thank you.
any recross?
Just one or two questions, Your Honor. So counsel asked you, you don't serve the restraining order. I'm sorry, affidavit. You don't serve the affidavit, right?
Correct. I never have.
So is there some rule that says you can't?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you had the affidavit in this particular circumstance, right?
Yes,
And you didn't give it to him,
that's correct.
and you could have.
I don't know. My understanding, we've never, I think as a general rule or practice within our PD, I'm not familiar with anyone ever serving a restraining order, including the affidavit.
Well, when someone walks into the police station with the order and the affidavit and shows it to you and uses it, it's not a big deal to make a copy and hand it to the defendant, is it?
Well, the document I served was a document that printed that was sent to me directly from the court, not what he gave me. I just made a copy of that and remained in the OIC office.
It's fair to say that in the circumstances where you don't give an affidavit, it's when you've gotten something from the court via the system, the OIC email, and they don't give you the affidavit. So you just serve what you get, right?
Right, which is what I served.
Right, and this situation is different because you had the affidavit in hand, right there, and you could have brought it, couldn't you?
you know of no rule that says you shouldn't.
Not that I'm aware of.
All set?
Well, you're not getting involved in the matter.
Hold on,
The court
hold on.
decides,
We,
right?
are we going on to redirect?
I'd like to.
All right, a couple questions.
You're not getting involved in the matter that the court decided, like a probate matter, correct?
Correct.
You're simply going and serving the restraining order for what the judge does, right?
That's correct.
Do you have any
No, you're.
Sure. All right. Let me just see if I have a question or two. I do not. Okay, you may step down.
Thank you.
And I'm wondering, why don't we, should we break at this point for a lunch break and come, and then we can come back at 10:02? Sure. Great, okay, we'll stand in recess.
All right.
Mute myself. There we are, one witness on the stand so far, and there was a question that asked about the evidence in terms of what evidence did they have, and that's what the attorney brought up with the cross-examination, some contentious questions to the officer on the stand saying, did you ever question it? Meaning you worked with Kelsey, you knew who she was. And he said, well, I was following the court order. His name, Officer Sean Daly. And you just took it to heart in terms of what Justin was able to get. And the question is this, and I'll read it. This is from Baby Kitten's MIA. Did he have the evidence against her to get the order? Well, it wasn't evidence to me when I heard he just said, and you heard the attorney say, it wouldn't surprise me. This is what Justin is telling those officers. It wouldn't surprise me if she shot the baby in front of you. So that, of course, and the question from the defense attorney to Officer Daly saying, did that change your state of mind when you approached her home? And he said, yes, of course. So they believed it. They believed what was in that restraining order. He was able to get that. What proof did he have to get it? He sounded, I guess you could say, afraid, wanted that order, kept stating over and over again that he feared for himself, that she would hurt the baby. Then his sister gets on the phone and says that she doesn't know what, and I'm paraphrasing, that Kelsey is capable of. So, but the defense, I thought, thus far, did a good job in terms of you took it for face value, and it shouldn't have played out, in so many words, the way that it did. That the way that that happened caused Kelsey, I believe he's going here, to become despondent, depressed. That's why she wanted to turn the gun on herself, not turn the gun on Noonan, because that is what he has to prove to the judge. Again, it's a bench trial. Kelsey's decision, it's now in his hands. What will he believe? Well, the defense has to prove that she was so depressed, so down because of the circumstances of that day, June 30th, 2025, what happened on the inside of that home. And you saw kind of the surveillance footage. It was only there. It's not inside the home. It's on the front porch. Who was coming in, who was leaving. And we saw Justin, her fiance. He was in the basement, grabbed a suitcase, kind of shuffling around to get his stuff. There's no sound on it. What I imagine is gunshots. He ran out, just ran out of the house. And then you see them carried down on some sort of stretcher, Kelsey, who was shot in the chest by Noonan. They're in a short break, and I'll bring you back to court once we go back.
old.
In what city do you live?
I live in Stowe, Massachusetts.
Where did you grow up?
Stowe, Massachusetts.
And did you go to school in Stowe?
Yes, I went to all of my childhood schooling in Stowe. Well, I went to high school in Bolton, Massachusetts at a regional high school.
What do you do for work?
I work in software sales.
And do you have siblings?
I do. I'm the youngest of four.
And if you could please state your siblings' names and their ages from oldest to you.
Sure. Brendan Olayan is 34. Justin Olayan is 32. Ashley Olayan is 30.
And you are?
I am 28.
Thank you. I'd like to focus on your brother, Justin.
Yes.
What's your relationship like with him?
Justin has been one of my best friends for as long as I can remember. He's been an incredible older brother. He's been very, I would say the first word that comes to mind is kind. Justin is probably the kindest person I know. He is loyal to the people he loves.
The next question, please.
Sure. Are you aware that he was engaged to be married at some point?
Yes.
And around when did he become engaged, if you know?
Sometime after August of 2024.
Okay. And do you know who he was engaged to?
Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
And have you had the opportunity to spend time with Justin and Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Yes, I have.
And do you see her in the courtroom here today?
I do.
If you can please point her out and describe an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's right here in front of me. She's wearing a pink, some sort of blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness that identified the defendant.
It may.
Do you know when the wedding was supposed to be?
The wedding was supposed to be in October of this past year.
October 2025?
Yes.
And was it ultimately canceled?
Yes, it was.
I'd like to direct your attention to the weekend of June 28th and June 29th, 2025.
Objection. Relevance. Relevance, 403.
Okay, so let's take a question at a time, okay? All right, next question.
Did you go somewhere that weekend?
Yes, we went to Bethel, Maine.
And who is we?
Myself, the groom's party and the bridesmaid party. So Kelsey, Justin, myself, my sister, Katrina, Michelle, Deandra, Cassie, Maddie, Kelsey's sister. I don't think if I'm missing anyone for females. On the groom side, it was both my brothers, Brendan and Justin, his friends Aiden, Dave, her brother Will, Hunter. That might be everyone from the parties.
And was it kind of what's known as a Jack and Jill bachelor party?
It was a Jack and Jill bachelor party, yes.
And did the weekend end early?
Yes, it did.
And did you go home?
Yes, I fled the house.
For just exploring this, judge, is,
Okay.
you know, they're not allowed to open this door. This is an assault involving an officer.
Let's argue this. Let's do this. Let's just argue this at side. Let me hear you at sidebar only so that we don't have to have the witness leave. I'll see everyone at sidebar.
Okay, we're back from the lunch break, and on the stand is Justin's sister, and she's a key part of this, Kelsey's ex-fiance. She was the one, if you were watching earlier, the surveillance footage outside and in the front porch area of Kelsey's home, June 30th, 2025. So what they're breaking for now, this is a sidebar, is how much are they allowed to get in terms of the Jack and Jill bachelorette party, which happened before this date? How much will be admissible? And Justin's sister is about that day. The questions will be, I'm sure on cross-examination, what will be asked is how and why she thought it was appropriate to speak to the police officers about that restraining order, because she was on the phone. And if you've heard the recording, she says that she agrees with her brother, that she doesn't know what she's capable of or what she's capable of doing to the baby, Kelsey, that is. She's 28 years old, part of that Jack and Jill bachelorette party. And she seems nervous, talking very fast, but we'll go back to it. And this is a key witness. And it will be interesting to hear how she answers, and of course, the cross-examination.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Is it true that you drove home to Stowe on Sunday of that weekend?
Yes, if that is the, sorry, I'm trying to think of the days, yes. I stayed at a hotel the night before.
And then ultimately on Sunday, you went to your house in Stowe?
Correct.
And did you have without telling me what the conversation was about, did you have a conversation with Justin on that Sunday?
Yes.
And then did you again have a conversation with Justin the next day, which was Monday, June 30th?
Yes,
And as a result of that conversation, did you go somewhere?
absolutely.
Where did you go?
We drove to his friend Hunter's house.
And who is Hunter?
Hunter is Justin's friend who he knew through the fire academy.
And where does Hunter live?
Hunter is in, I believe it is still in North Andover where he lives.
And is that where you drove on June 30th?
Correct.
And who did you drive with?
I drove my car alone. I met Justin there after he called me.
And did you, was anybody else at Hunter's house that day?
Yes, it was Hunter, myself, and two of her friends, two of Kelsey's friends, Michelle and Katrina, who were very concerned.
Okay, without talking about what was said, did you and Justin at some point go somewhere alone?
Yes,
Where did you go?
we went to, I'm not sure which courthouse it was. We went to a courthouse
And what was the purpose of you and him going to the courthouse?
to file, so he could file for an emergency restraining order in custody
And get custody of
of Caden.
And who's Caden?
Caden is Justin's son.
And how old was he at the time?
He was right around 4 months, I believe, at the time.
Did you have any familiarity with restraining orders?
No.
What did you do when you got to court?
When we got to court, Justin went to the desk and told them the situation, said he believed his son was.
Sustained. Next question.
Did you help Justin fill out a form?
Per the clerk's advice, yes. Justin was shaking.
And where did you go from there?
From there, we drove to the North Andover Police Department.
And what did you do at the police department?
We both walked in and I spoke with a couple of her lieutenants, Daly, I'm not sure who it exactly was I was speaking to, and I told them that I thought she would.
Sustained.
And without telling me what you said, did you give the police something? Did
I didn't hear the
Did you
question.
give the police a copy of the restraining order?
It was faxed to them, yes.
And did the police,
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled.
and did you stay at the police station for a period of time?
Yes.
And what happened next?
We were at the police station praying, and we got a call from one of the lieutenants saying that Kitten was safe and to come to the house and get him.
And what house were you going to?
125 Phillips Brooks Road.
Had you been to that house before?
I have.
How did you get there?
We had driven separately, so we both drove our cars to the house.
So you drove your car and Justin drove his car?
Correct.
And did you, approximately how long were you waiting at the police station before you got that call?
It was much quicker than we thought, probably 20 minutes maybe. I could be a little off, but 20 minutes.
And about how long did it take you to get from the police station to 125 Phillips Brooks Road?
Not long, like less than 10 minutes.
And what happened once you got there?
We got there, we were welcomed in the door by an officer. He said, Kelsey's upstairs getting some clothes for Caden.
Your Honor, motion straight.
Okay, without telling me what the officer
All
said,
right, hold on, there's an objection. Overruled. Next question.
you said you were let inside by a police officer. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then what happened when you went inside?
Lauren, Kelsey's mom, was holding Caden. She was angry. She said to Justin, Kelsey is fine.
Objection.
Justin's,
Sustained.
Hearsay, Judge.
All right, and you don't, no one expects you to know these legal rules, but unless you're specifically asked, you can't repeat what people told you,
Okay.
okay? All right, thanks very much.
of course, Your Honor.
So you go inside, you and Justin go inside,
Yes.
and then you saw, who did you see?
Lauren Page was holding Caden,
And,
just
and who's Lauren Page?
Kelsey's mother.
Okay, and you and her had a conversation. Yeah.
Justin and her did.
Okay, and then what happened? And she was holding the baby?
Yep.
And then what happened next?
She handed Caden to Justin. Justin then handed Caden to me. And I said, why don't I take a step outside? I wanted to avoid a confrontation. So he took the carrier, the baby car seat. We walked outside
And so you took Caden in your arms
in my arms.
and you walked outside.
Yes.
And did Justin walk out with you?
Yes.
And did Justin take anything with him?
He took the carrier, the car seat.
Okay. And at that point, did you make a phone call?
I did.
Who did you call?
I called my mother.
Okay, and this is while you were outside.
Yes.
And then what happened next?
There were gunshots that went off.
And how do you know that they were gunshots?
It was, I've been shooting before. I know what a gun sounds like. There were several gunshots and an explosion sound because they, I believe, had hit the air conditioner. There was a lot of smoke coming out of the window.
Objection, Your Honor, there's no personal knowledge of any of this.
Is this what you saw or
I saw the smoke.
overruled?
And where were you standing when you heard the gunshots?
I was near the side where the school parking lot is. I was next to our cars in the yard
And
on the property.
approximately how many you said gunshots plural, how many did you hear?
There were at least 2.
And then after you looked back at the house and you saw the smoke?
I was right in front of the house, yes.
And what did you do next?
I knew I needed to run. I started to back up and I was scanning the house, just praying to see Justin come out. Sorry, I'm trying to say what I'm not supposed to, I guess, say here, but I feared he was not coming out of that house.
So
And
where did you go?
Objection.
I backed up.
Sustained, I'll strike it.
Judge, I object to the further line of questioning, and the witness can't follow the rules. I ask you to strike the entire testimony.
Okay, overruled. All right, just,
Okay.
I know you're nervous. Everyone gets nervous. Just listen to the question and just answer just the question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Apologies, Your Honor.
Where did you go after you heard the gunshots?
I ran I put my arms around Caden and I ran through the school parking lot and was looking for somewhere to hide. And I cut into a neighborhood and looked back and didn't see anyone. So I cut behind a house and hid behind trees and I waited.
And sometime shortly thereafter, did Justin come and pick you up?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yeah.
No further questions.
Couple of questions, Your Honor, if I may. Ma'am, you said you were let into the property?
Yes.
Who let you in?
One of the officers.
And how did that go?
In what sense?
Did you ring the bell? Did Justin ring the bell? Did you knock on the door? Did he break the door in? What happened?
He did not break the door in. The officer opened the door for us. I don't recall if we called him or if he saw us pull in, but we did tell him we were on our way, so he was expecting us.
Which officer opened the door for you?
I don't remember. I think it was Daly, but I do not remember.
Have you seen any video of how you went into the house?
I have not, no.
Judge, I'm going to ask that we play a clip that's in our exhibit, our thumb drive, if I may.
Is it within Exhibit 74?
Yes.
Sure. Don't worry about it. Take your time. You need our IT person? No, I hope not.
So what he is about to show is the surveillance footage from outside and in the porch area of Kelsey's home. And I think what he's alluding to, his case, is that the cops knew Justin, knew the sister, allowed them in, and that set up the state of mind that Kelsey was in at the time, wanting to point the gun at herself. I thought that was telling that she admitted to filling out the emergency restraining order. Justin's sister did, not Justin, that she wrote that and was explaining how fearful they both were. She said Justin, her brother, was shaking and they were praying. Let's listen.
I don't want to interfere. This format that is on the screen is different than what was on exhibit.
Yes.
Hold on, please let me finish. It's different than what was on exhibit 74. I just want to make sure, however you do it, that ultimately I have what you're playing.
Sure.
Okay, so if it's just a different format and it's already on 74, no problem.
So Judge, you're a step ahead of us. I was just confirming with counsel that this particular one is not on there, but I was just gonna, I'm sorry. Oh, it is. Yeah, okay, so I'm sorry, I guess it is on there. I thought it was. Okay, we're good?
So
All right.
just so we're all on the same page, to the extent that either side ends up playing something over and above what is on 74, let's just
We'll
mark
make
it.
sure
and
that
get
it gets in,
evidence.
and you have a thumb drive of it there. Thank you, Ron. So, do you see what's depicted on the screen, ma'am?
I do.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
And this is the porch area of 125 Phillips Brooks Road, correct?
It is.
Okay. Can you play? So where's the officer that let you in?
He was right behind that door. I do not recall the exact scenario. He was right at that door.
So you walked in without anyone letting you in her house, didn't you?
I don't know that I could say that because the officer was right
Did you see
behind it.
anybody on there letting you in?
I can't see the other side of the door.
So you're already in the house by that time. You walked in the house all by yourself, didn't you? With your brother?
So when I've gone to their house before, I typically go in that doorway and then knock at that door there.
You walked right in, didn't you?
I don't know. There was an officer
Well, you
right
saw it.
behind
What did
it.
you see on the video?
I walked in, I'm not sure if an officer was right behind it opening that too, because I
Nelson,
know he was at the door.
Judge, I'll offer that. It's not in, but I believe it's in the thumb drive.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Say that again?
I believe that clip is in the thumb drive, but if we find out it's not, I would offer it to.
It is.
Okay, all right, thank you. Is there any redirect?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. You may step down. And, Commonwealth, can you call your next witness? Okay.
I think they may have anticipated Justin's sister being on the stage, not the stage, sorry, the stand for a longer period of time. So they're probably getting the witness to come in even sooner. So based on the short testimony and the question that was asked, I believe he's trying to establish, the defense attorney, is that it was her house and they just walked in like they owned it. They weren't invited. That the sister, and I believe this will be kind of told throughout the week, wrote the emergency restraining order trying to convince the court. And there he is, Justin, the ex-fiance. We weren't sure if he was going to take the stand. Let's listen.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
You can have a seat. Pull yourself right up to that mic.
I may.
Yes.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
My name is Justin Alayan, Justin, last name Aylayan.
And how old are you, sir?
I'm 32,
And what town do you live in?
still Massachusetts.
Did you grow up there?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what schools did you go to there?
I went to Neshoba Regional for high school. That's a tri-town, so it's still Bolton and Lancaster. That's where I attended for grades 9 through 12.
What did you do after high school?
After high school, I immediately went to the University of New Hampshire, where I obtained a bachelor's in business management.
After you graduated from UNH, what did you do?
After UNH, I did a cross-country road trip where I traveled Southwest U.S., and I got a job as a wilderness instructor at a therapy camp in southern Utah.
And what do you mean by a therapy camp?
I worked as a lead counselor for some youth between the ages of roughly 15 to 18, and there was some early adults as well that were above 18. And they came to this camp for a variety of different problems, whether it was drug issues, whether it was anger issues, whether they had problems at home. They would come to this camp and we would help build confidence. We'd give them coping mechanisms. We would do that in a wilderness setting. We would teach them primitive living skills, and we would assist them in their transition, going back to their families or whatever they had after.
At some point, did you make your way back east?
I did, yes. I was out there for roughly 8 months, and I shortly came back after.
Okay. What did you do when you came back?
When I came back, I shortly thereafter, in the fall of 2017, I enlisted in the United States Army.
Okay. Did you go to boot camp?
I did, yes. I attended boot camp. In Fort Benning, Georgia. I enlisted as an infantry. So I attended boot camp in Fort Benning, Georgia. Immediately after boot camp and advanced infantry training, I went to airborne school, which was also at Fort Benning. Right after I graduated from airborne school, I was moved to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and that's where I spent the rest of my tenure in the Army.
Okay, how long was that?
Altogether, I attempted to try to become a Green Beret, where I went to try to go for Special Forces. I went to, it's called SOPC, which is Special Operations Prep Course, prior to selection. And during that training, I was severely injured. I ended up hurting some ligaments and tendons and needed reconstructive surgery on my tendons. So I ended up shortly getting out of the military after that with an honorable discharge in the, I believe, winter of 2019.
So then did you come back up here?
I did, yes. I returned back to Massachusetts shortly thereafter. After that, I worked several different jobs. I ended up at Fidelity for a while. I worked in their 401k department. And then shortly thereafter, I started going through civil service and applying to jobs for to become a firefighter.
Okay. Did you eventually get one?
I did, yes. I got on at North Andover Fire Department in August of 2021. It was at that point I also went back to my fire science degree at Anna Maria College, which was obtained roughly a year and a half ago. I got my bachelor's degree in fire science.
So what is your role in the North Andover Fire Department?
I'm a firefighter EMT with the North Andover Fire Department. My job is to protect life and property.
When you say an EMT, do you work as a firefighter full-time or an EMT? How does it work there?
With the rotation that we have, the newest 24 members on the fire department, they're in charge of running the ambulance. So on my shift, what we do is we work 2 weeks on the ambulance, and then that third week rotating off, we either go on the engine or the ladder truck.
Do you know a person by the name of Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do, yes.
How and when did you first meet her?
It was September of 2023. She had reached out to me on Facebook. She had seen a picture of me posted on the North Andover Fire Department page. And she was recently going to be getting hired as a North Andover police officer, and she reached out to me on Facebook.
Fair to say you developed a relationship with her?
We did very quickly, yes.
Okay. At some point, did it become more than casual?
Yep, it became more than casual very quickly. Both of us developed feelings very quickly, and that developed into a relationship very quickly as well. And it was about roughly 6 months after that we had initially met that that Kelsey and I had moved in together.
And where did you move in?
She had owned a home at 125 Phillips Brooks in North Andover. My lease had ended that May of 2024. And at that point, we decided that we were going to live together, and I wasn't going to renew my current lease that I had.
And I'm sorry, remind me, were you on the fire department? You were on the fire department.
I was, yes.
So were you living in North Andover at the time?
I was living in North Andover, yes.
At some point, you guys were living together. You had a baby?
That is correct.
Okay. And when was a boy or girl?
Boy.
Okay. How old now?
He is 13 months old.
Okay. And what's his date of birth?
2/16/2025.
So he was born while you were living together at 125 Phillips Brook?
Yes.
At some point, and I'm going to turn your attention to the weekend of July 28th, 29th, going into Monday the 30th, okay?
Okay.
Did your relationship become strained in any way? Just yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you decide to do something on June 30th, that Monday?
Yes, I ended up obtaining a restraining order.
Okay. Now I'm going to just step back for a second, and we're going to talk about that day in particular, okay?
Okay.
At some point, were you communicating with the defendant at all?
Yes.
How so?
It started in the morning. It was both text and phone calls that we were going back and forth with each other. I had requested to see my son. I wanted to make sure that he was okay. She had sent many disturbing messages back and forth to me.
Where were you on the 30th, on that Monday? Were you living at 125 Phillips Brook?
That was my permanent legal residence, but I was at my parents' house that day.
Okay. Had you gone, when was the last time you had been there?
It would have been June 27th, I believe, the day before our planned bachelor.
Okay, at any point, did you go back there to retrieve some items, the guns or anything like that?
Yes, the day prior, I had gone to obtain, I knew that I needed to pick up my firearms. I had feared for my son, and I thought that his life was in danger and grave risk.
I object to any further questioning on this, on quality grounds and on relevance grounds to whether Ms. Fitzsimmons assaulted a policeman in the bedroom with just the two.
I'm just going to take the objections one at a time. That objection sustained, I will strike.
You own firearms.
Yes, sir.
How many?
Roughly 9.
And where were they kept in the home?
They were kept upstairs in the closet. There was a large rifle safe. Several of them were kept in there. And then I had one firearm that I would keep in our bedroom that was in a green chest directly. If you were to walk into the bedroom, it was on the left side in the green chest, directly next to the door frame, locked up in my green safe.
Okay, so if you walk into your house, into your home through the door,
Yes,
the front door, the stairs to upstairs, fair to say, almost right in front of you?
correct.
Okay. Now, as you walk up the stairs, there are 2 rooms at the top.
Yes.
There's a landing and 2 rooms at the top, correct?
Yes.
The safe that you had described, the green safe, which way would you go to get to the green safe?
You would take a right into the bedroom, and then the first foot that you would step into the bedroom, it was directly on your left, on the ground.
That was a bad question. What color is the safe, the rifle safe?
The rifle safe was black.
Black. Okay. I want to talk about that first. I apologize. Now, where was that?
If you were to go up the stairs and you were on the landing, you would take a left. You would go into that room right there, and then it was in that closet directly on the left side of the room.
Okay. And it's a rifle safe, meaning it has a lock?
Yes.
What kind of lock?
I believe it was a keypad lock.
Do you know if the defendant had any firearms?
Yes.
How many?
I couldn't be exact. She just got her license to carry returned to her. I don't know the exact number of firearms that were returned to her.
Okay. What kind were they?
Several handguns.
Handguns? Okay. When you went on the 29th to retrieve your handguns, where did you go?
I went directly upstairs and I went into that gun safe, the rifle safe that was on the left side of the landing, and I retrieved my firearms from there first.
Okay. And then you talked about a green safe.
Yes.
We're going to talk about that. You walk up the stairs, the landing is there, you go to the right, which is the bedroom, correct?
Correct.
The other room, is that the one with the crib in it?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you go right to your left, you had described on the floor, correct?
Yes.
You had one gun in there?
Yes.
Did you see any other guns in there when you opened that?
No, I did not.
So are we not now talking about the green safe?
Yes.
Okay,
Have a second.
sure.
Well, I think the timeline's key here. Justin was talking about June 27th. That's the day before the joint bachelor party. So why, I would ask if I was the defense attorney, would he go there on that date? Because
I'll
apparently
show you what's been previously
the
marked.
fight started after that. Let's listen.
Exhibit number 40 first, okay?
Okay.
See that screen?
I do, yes.
You recognize what that is?
Yes.
So describe where the photo taker, the picture taker would be standing in that home.
They'd be standing on the landing as immediately as you go up to the stairs to the second floor in between the 2 rooms.
Okay, and that's the one on the left that we had been describing,
Yes.
correct? I'm going to show you what's been previously marked.
The one on the left, meaning the room on the left?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 45. Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do, yes.
What is it?
That is the nursery. That's the closet with my clothes in it. And behind my clothes is the black rifle safe.
Okay. And that is, when you're standing on the landing, that is the room to the left. In the closet in that room is where the rifle safe is?
Correct.
And I'm sorry if I asked this already. Did you see any of the defendant's guns in that rifle safe?
Yes.
How many, do you remember?
I don't remember exactly. I believe there was two, but I don't remember the exact amount.
Now, bear with me, I'm going to take it step by step. I'm going to show you exhibit number 49. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that is taken from the landing going up to the second floor on the right side that's facing our bedroom with my green safe on the floor.
Okay, so the picture taker is on the landing, correct?
Correct.
The stairs are pretty much behind them.
Directly behind.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 51. Do you recognize that room, first of all?
Yes, I recognize the room.
And that's the same room we were just talking about?
Yes.
The green safe is the box on the left corner of the picture?
Yes, and on the ground, that the large chest, the box, yes.
Okay, so this is the safe you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what that box is?
I do not know.
Have you seen that box before?
I may have, but I don't remember seeing it.
When you went on the 29th and retrieved your gun out of that safe, and you didn't see any of the defendant's guns in that safe, correct?
I don't believe so, sir.
Do you remember that box being on top?
That box was not there, sir.
Now I'm going to turn your attention, now that we're on the 29th, I'm going to turn your attention to the 30th. You had stated that you had been calling and texting the defendant throughout that day, correct?
Yes.
Were there any plans attempted to be made by anyone?
She had made several attempts to try to get me to meet her at the Common via text message. She had reached out and said, can we meet the Common at 2 p.m.? My initial response back to that was, for what? She then, again, tried to get me to reason with me, to meet me at the Common again. At that point, I said I had no gas. There was no way for me to get there. And she tried to meet up at several points. And I told her that was not comfortable. I did not feel comfortable being alone with you. I wanted to make sure my son was okay. And I feared that his life was in danger.
Where were you when the texting back and forth was happening?
I believe I was at my parents' house in Stowe.
Okay. At some point, did you make your way to North Andover?
I did, yes.
Why?
I felt that my son's life was in grave danger and that imminent harm may come to him in the hands of Kelsey.
Okay. So as a result of that.
Hold on, there's an objection. Overruled, just as the state of mind, not the truth.
So where did you go?
I went to my friend Hunter Hassam's house. He was renting an apartment in North Andover at the time.
Did you call anybody to meet you there?
I don't know if I had made the calls or they had called me, but I had called my sister Courtney. I told her that I was going to North Andover. I had feared for my son and that I didn't know what was going to happen, but I had called her and I was in contact with Kelsey's maid of honor, Katrina, and her bridesmaid, Michelle.
So Katrina, Michelle, Courtney, Hunter, and you?
Yes, sir.
Are you all in Hunter's house right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Without saying what was said between was there anybody else there? Because I have 5.
I believe Hunter's girlfriend at the time, she was there as well. I believe she was present.
Okay. Now, were you communicating when you were there with the defendant at all?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
There were text messages that were being exchanged just over Caden, our son, and just general messages back and forth.
Okay. Did you ever agree to go meet her at the park?
No, sir.
Okay. At some point, did you learn through the text messages anyway that she knew you were at Hunter's?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that, please?
All of us were at Hunter's. We were all discussing the events that had occurred and what we could do to ensure Caden's safety, which is our son, but also Kelsey and everyone else around. At one point, Kelsey had messaged my phone.
Okay. I'm sorry. To the extent, Judge, that the questions are open-ended, producing narrative answer, I object. And, there's been all sorts of objections sustained about his answer. So I would ask the court to maybe direct the commonwealth to make more specific questions so that it doesn't produce an answer that's half okay and half non-responsive and objectionable.
So the objection's overruled. If you could just try to just answer the question to the best of your ability, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, next question.
Thank you. Did she, meaning the defendant, say something to you to indicate that she knew you were at Hunter's?
She
Yes,
hasn't.
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, what did she say?
I don't remember the exact verbiage, but it was, what are you doing? Something along the lines of, what are you doing at Hunter's? What is happening? Why are you with my friends? Something along those lines.
Okay. Now, without getting into the conversation that you had with your friends and with your sister, was a decision made for you to go somewhere to do something?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
To go to Lawrence to obtain a restraining order attached with temporary custody of Caden.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Where did you go? Do you remember?
I don't remember the exact, it was family probate court, I believe it was, but I'm not 100% sure.
And who did you go with?
I went with my sister Courtney.
Okay. Now, did you fill out paperwork while you were there?
I did, yes.
Did you, did anyone assist you in filling that out?
Yes, my sister helped me, and then there was also someone with the court system. I don't know who the name was, but they assisted as well.
Fair to say you went in front of a judge, an order was issued, and then you left the building, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go when you left the building?
I immediately went to the North Andover Police Department.
When you got there, did you have a conversation, without saying what was said, with some of the police personnel there?
Yes.
Did you give them anything?
I believe I handed them the restraining order. They said that it was already faxed to them.
Okay. At some point, did they leave?
They did, yes.
And what did you do?
I waited at the police station while they went to the Kelsey Fitzsimmons home.
Okay. And at some point, did you get a call?
I did, yes.
From who?
I believe it was from Officer Daly. He had called to inform me to come to the residence and get custody of my son.
So did you go?
I did, yes.
Did you go with anybody else?
My sister and I, we both went to the house. We took two separate cars.
Did you get there at the same time?
Yes.
What happened when you got there?
At that point, we both walked into the house. Officer Daly was downstairs. Two officers were upstairs. And Kelsey's mother was holding the baby in the living room. At that point, I obtained Caden from her mother. And then we initially started to put him in a car seat. And then once he started crying, we figured it might be best, my sister and I, to get him ready for transport, to bring him back to Stowe outside.
Okay, so who carried Caden out?
My sister Courtney did.
And what did you do?
I asked if I could obtain some clothes while I was there. I just needed something so I could live day to day, as I had no clothes or any of my son's.
Was this the first time you went out, or did you go back in the house a second time, if you remember?
This was the first. I went out the first time, and then I came back in.
Okay, so the first time you went out, Courtney went out with Caden.
Yes.
What did you take, if you remember?
I believe I had a car seat in my hand.
Okay. At some point, you came back?
Yes.
And you asked permission to do something?
Yes, I asked permission to get some clothes and a few clothes for Caden and some of his bottles and formula.
Okay, so where did you go?
I went down to the basement that was under construction at the time. There was no lights on, so I believe I had my camera, my phone out with the light on it, and I was searching for a suitcase that I had down there just to throw some clothes in.
At some point, was your attention drawn to something?
Yes.
What happened?
I immediately heard an officer's commands. I heard an officer scream out, "Stop, don't do it." At that point, what I believe I had heard several gunshots ring out, and I heard Kelsey's mother screaming.
What did you do then?
At that point, I immediately ran through the garage, which was connected just to the basement. There was no wall there. Again, we're putting up a wall, so I ran straight through there. I fumbled with the lock for a second to get it open, as there was no light down there. As I got it open, I threw the door open, and I ran around the side of the house, screaming for my sister to run.
And so where did you go? Did you see your sister?
I believe I saw her briefly. I did see her running down past the school that was adjacent to our property.
With Caden?
Correct, yes.
So what did you do?
At that point, as I saw my sister run, I knew that we needed a vehicle for transportation to get out of there, to get out of the area as fast as possible, fearing for my son's life, for my sister's life.
Sustain, just what you did.
I got into my vehicle. I believe I had made eye contact very briefly with Officer Houston, who was grabbing his medical bag out of his patrol vehicle. I got into my truck, and I immediately pulled a U-turn and drove where I saw my sister running from. Once I got to the other end of the school, I had stopped my vehicle, and at that point, I didn't see which direction my sister had gone. So I had stood outside my car yelling her name repeatedly. I wasn't sure where she was or if she was okay. And then
At some point, did she appear?
she did appear. She came running out behind another house across the way, and she came running over towards me.
And what happened when she got to you?
She got in the vehicle, and then we quickly drove down the road to get away towards Mass Ave in North Andover.
And where did you eventually go?
We eventually made our way back to Stowe, Massachusetts, my parents' residence.
Thank you. I'll get just that 1 second.
Yes.
Were the guns that you and the defendant had, were they ever kept in the basement?
No,
Is there a gun safe in the basement?
there was never a gun safe in the basement.
Did you have a way of remotely accessing the surveillance cameras?
I could look at them.
Did you before you went over?
Remotely accessing them, I was able to view them, yes.
Okay, when you did you see the defendant's car in the driveway?
No,
Okay, is that where she usually parked?
yes, always.
Okay, and when I asked you that question, what time frame were we talking about?
During the day, what time?
Yeah.
It must have been roughly 5 o'clock, 5 p.m.
Thank you. I had nothing else.
Okay, cross-examination?
Good afternoon.
So a lot of talk about gun safes. The safe that you mentioned with your rifles in it, that was in the baby's room, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that's the room as you go up the stairs to the left, you hit the landing, you go make a left, you're in the baby's room, correct?
Correct.
And then you visited the house on the 29th to retrieve your guns, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you spent about 60 seconds with the baby.
I would say that's not true.
Kelsey had to tell you, do you want to see your baby? Do you want to hold your baby? And you held your baby for about a minute. Isn't that right?
I was at the property for roughly 30 minutes.
Answer my question.
Okay.
Is that true?
Yes.
So with respect to the gun safe in the bedroom to the right, up until then, that was your and Kelsey's bedroom, correct?
Correct, yes.
And there was a green safe in that bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And on the 29th, you went to that bedroom and you retrieved some of your firearms from that green safe, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, that was your grandfather's safe, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you wanted to take that with you, didn't you?
I did, yes, sir.
And you took Kelsey's guns out of that safe and you put them on the bed so that you could take only your guns and your grandfather's safe. Isn't that correct?
I did not take the gun safe, sir.
Isn't that what your intention was until Kelsey asked you not to?
I did leave the gun safe. Yes, sir.
You left it because Kelsey asked you to leave it because she needed a place to safely keep her guns, right?
I don't know if that was her intention, sir.
So let's just go back a minute. You said that you went into that safe, you didn't see any other guns, you took your guns and you left. Isn't it true that you took Kelsey's guns, which you did see in the safe, you put them on the bed, and you tried to take the safe?
I do not remember if I took any of her guns out of the safe, sir. I don't remember seeing any of her firearms in that green safe. I only remember seeing them in the black safe.
So, I mean, you were very interested in getting your stuff out of that house on a couple occasions. This is your chance to get your grandfather's gun safe out of there, and it's your testimony that you just decided to leave it?
The only priority was removing my firearms. That was secondary because it was holding my safe, and it meant a safe transport way to move that firearm out of the house in a secure manner.
And when you left Kelsey with her firearms, and you took yours and you went back to Stowe with your father, correct?
Yes, sir, I took my firearms.
Now, you said you were, just want to get it right. You said that you work at the North Andover Fire Department, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you work there presently?
Yes, sir.
Are you on the schedule?
No, sir.
Why not? He opened the door.
I'm sorry, objection? Relevancy? Yeah, I'll hear you sidebar.
All right, this is a big issue on, we spoke earlier about opening doors, and the defense attorney said that he opened the door, that he spoke about his place of employment. What the defense wants the judge to know, again, this is a bench trial, no jury there, is that he is suspended from the fire department. So are they going to allow that in? And this is one of my first bench trials that I'm really kind of analyzing and looking at. Every other trial I've covered has been with a jury. So it's interesting that it is the judge kind of allowing things to be admissible, but he's hearing it anyway. And at the pretrial hearings, that's why I think it's beneficial based on the judge's personality and how he's ruled on certain things in favor of Kelsey. But I do believe that he's fair and can make judgments based on that. It's just interesting to me that he has to make rulings on what is admissible, of what he can't hear or already heard. But in terms of Justin, I'm just kind of analyzing the testimony. He seems very robotic. And I'd like to play the recorded phone conversations with him in the police department when he's trying to say, this is when Kelsey was in the hospital. She was in the hospital for 53 days, almost died of that gunshot wound on the 30th of June. So he goes there at the beginning of July. He calls the police and says, I'd like a detail. Come follow me into Kelsey's house. Because at the time he wrote on that emergency restraining order that his address was in Stowe with his parents, therefore didn't have access. So the police department says, look, if there's anything that happens, he was afraid that Kelsey's dad was going to come there or be there to confront him. So he said he wanted to get a few of his things. Well, he goes in there and we see in the surveillance footage, it's him and other firefighters going in there. Not only does he take his own things, but her laptop is able to take out $5,000 in one of her bank accounts. So I do have a preconceived notion of who he is before he's on the stand, and just the robotic way. And I think what the defense is doing, and they'll build to it slowly, is to establish, were you really afraid for your son's life, or was this just convenient for your narrative? Well, listen.
Able to work for that department, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason you were placed on suspension or administrative leave, whatever you call it, is because you have been caught on video many, many times using drugs that are in violation of your department and the town policy, correct?
Allegations were placed against me, and the town has a responsibility to do their due diligence and investigate that matter.
So that's a yes?
Yes, sir.
When did that go into place?
I don't have the exact date, but roughly a week or two ago.
Do you know the duration of this suspension or whatever you want to call it? How, oh, sorry.
Let's move on, Mr. Brado.
Sure. Nothing further, thank you.
No, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank
may
you, Your Honor.
step down. And Commonwealth can call its next witness.
And there he is off the stand. That was quick. This trial is going to go fast, considering jury selection did not have to happen because it's a bench trial. The judge ultimately decides Kelsey's fate. She's facing 5 years in prison for assault with a dangerous weapon, because the state is claiming that she turned her gun on the officer there, and the defense is saying no, she tried to turn it on herself because of the actions of Justin, her ex-fiance, and his sister. And I'm reading some of the comments. I know, to think about a 4-month-old baby, and you heard Justin say that the baby started to cry because you're thinking it wants its mother. She was breastfeeding. It's just horrible the way that played out. And here's Officer Noonan, the one who shot Kelsey. And by the way, they were friends. They were friends. She was on the police force.
Testimony you're about to give in this cause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
You may have a seat and put
Thank
yourself
you,
right
Your
up to the mic. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Excellent, thank you. You may proceed.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
Patrick Noonan, PatrickNoonan.
And how old are you, sir?
50,
And what town do you live in?
North Andover.
Where were you born?
Rochester, New York,
How long did you stay there?
until I was about 4 years old.
And where did you move to?
North Andover.
Who did you move with?
My sister, mom and dad.
And what are their names?
My mom is passed, but my dad is Timothy Noonan.
And what was her name?
Patricia.
And your sister?
Mary.
Does your sister live in the area?
She lives in Lynn.
Where did you go to school?
For high school,
Grade school, high school?
the North Andover Public School systems, and then for high school, I went to St. John's Prep.
And did you play any sports there?
Hockey and lacrosse.
Did you graduate?
I did.
Once you graduated, did you further your education in any way initially?
Initially, yeah, I went to Siena College for about a year, and then that wasn't working out. I got my degree later on down the road.
What did you get your degree in?
Criminal justice.
Where, from where?
UMass Law.
Now, after you left Siena, did you work?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
I worked at Macy's Security.
And at some point, how long did you work there?
Couple years. It wasn't too long.
Did you meet anybody significant in your life while you worked at Macy's?
My wife,
Who's that?
Angie.
And was she working there also?
She was.
Did you get married at some point?
We did.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a dangerous question. What's your anniversary?
It is December 22nd,
Okay.
1999.
1999. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Do you have any kids?
I do.
How many?
Just one.
Boy or girl?
Boy, Joseph.
And what does Joseph do?
He is currently at UMass Lowell as well, studying environmental engineering.
Have you lived in North Andover ever since you've been 4 years old?
No,
Did you move around?
I did when I was in the military.
Okay, we'll get to that.
Oh.
I'm sorry about that. At some point, you talked about you were in the military. What area of the military did you join?
Air Force.
And when was that?
That was in 99.
And where is boot camp for the Air Force?
Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about boot camp? Some of the training, some of the things that you were subjected to, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, some sleep deprivation. You also have, you know, you have to learn how to march. They basically strip your identity and try to build you up as a team.
Okay.
Firearms training, things along that.
At some point, did you make it through boot camp?
I did.
Did you, I guess, enlist or volunteer to any special area of the Air Force?
Security forces.
And what is security forces?
They're basically the defenders of the force. So when I went in, I went through my tech school, which is almost like a police academy. We learned various different things in there, land nav, different weapons systems, things of that nature. And then once you graduate, you get your orders cut.
And what were your orders originally?
Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Okay. And what was your role when you were in Cheyenne, Wyoming?
I originally, when I was waiting for my security clearance, I was originally working on the ground. So ingress, egress from the gates, a cruiser, enforce the laws of the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
When you're going through that type of training, are you trained in the use of firearms?
Yes.
Any different, all different types?
Yes.
Any other types of weapons?
Yes.
Such as?
The 60, which is a fully automatic machine gun. The saw, which is pretty much the same, only it's a little lighter. The 203, which is an M16 with a grenade launcher attached to it. M16 and also your sidearm.
Eventually, did you get your security clearance?
I did.
Okay, and was your assignment different when you got that?
Yes, they moved me over to like a camper team. So whenever a facility goes down, you go with a 4-man team to protect the site.
Okay. What kind of sites are we talking about?
Missile sites.
Okay. Nuclear missile sites?
Yes.
And are they in one state, more than one state?
Tri-state.
And what tri-state area was that?
That would be Wyoming, Nebraska, and Wyoming, Nebraska, Colorado.
And was that your range or?
Yes.
And at some point, well, can you tell us a little bit about the training you got? Was there any specific training for that job?
It was basically like on-job training.
Okay.
We're already trained up, so you get your orders, you get your assignment, and you link up with your 4-man team.
Okay. At some point, did you move on from what you had described as a camper team?
Yes.
To where?
Fire team.
And what is a fire team?
Fire team consists of 4 people. Each person carries a different weapon, from the machine guns to the 203, so on and so forth. Our primary responsibilities were if any alarms were tripped on any of the missile sites, we respond.
Okay. And so you're heavily armed.
Mm-hmm.
Is when you say you respond, is that on the ground?
Yes, it's on a Humvee. Yep.
Okay. Did you at some point move from a camper team to something else?
Yeah, to the fire team, and then from the fire team, I went to the 37th helicopter unit.
Okay, so the helicopter unit.
Helicopter unit.
So how was your role different in the helicopter unit than it was on the camper team or the fire team?
We're still a 4-man fire team, but our primary mission there was to have overwatch whenever we're transporting nukes to or from base. And we basically radio down to the U.S. Marshal if we see a potential threat up ahead.
When did you leave the service?
2003.
And when you left the service, did you go to work anywhere else?
Seabrook Nuclear Power Plant.
In what capacity?
As an armed guard.
And any specific training of that, or did you rely on your military training for that?
There was also additional training for that. I think it was like 22 weeks or 12 weeks.
And what kind of trainings were that?
Just basic knowledge about nuclear energy, where to go in the plant, where not to go, different hazards to look out for, firearms training, and general knowledge of the whole plant itself.
At some point, did you decide to move on from Seabrook?
I did.
And what was your plan at that point?
The North Andover Police Department, I got on as a full-time reserve.
Okay. And how long were you full-time reserve?
For 1 year.
And then did you become a full-time police officer?
I did. Went to the academy in 2006.
At some point during your tenure at the North Andover Police Department, did you have additional responsibilities?
Yes.
What were those?
Areas of responsibility, different sectors you're assigned to, respond to calls of service, 911, medical, effect arrest when necessary, enforce motor vehicle law.
Okay. What is RRT?
That's the regional response team.
And what is that?
They're a part of NEMLEC, and the RRT team primarily, they deal with big crowds, riots, crowd control when it comes to, let's say, big games. If we win championships, just extra security, and also kind of like a search and rescue. If people go missing somewhere, they'll deploy the RRT to try to find them.
Were you part of that team?
I was.
For how long?
I would say about a year.
And NEMLEC, that's NEMLEC, correct?
Yes.
Northeast Massachusetts Law Enforcement Council?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you apply for a different role with NEMLEC
I
at some
did.
point? And what was that?
SWAT team.
And what's the difference between the RTT, the Regional Response Team, and the SWAT team?
The SWAT team primarily is special weapons and tactics. So we get trained up on different weapons, different uses of less lethal. We execute warrants, knock and no knock, for drugs and guns. If there is a hostage situation, I mean the whole gamut. Anything dangerous is what SWAT usually goes in for.
And so, was this a team you had to apply for?
Tryout.
Tryout.
Mhm.
Okay. And what did that consist of?
8 days. It was like a 3-mile boot run in the morning, and then you had to do push-ups in a certain amount of time, sit-ups, squat thrusts, squat benders. Then you had to run 1.5 miles after that and make a specific time. After that, it was I think it was a 3-mile obstacle course you had to complete in a certain amount of time. And then after that, it was all firearms.
Okay. What's stress shooting?
When you shoot under stress, so typically how we induce stress when we want to stress shoot is we'll do sprints, we'll do.
Brown?
Here as an expert in stress shooting.
I'm sorry?
Giving expert testimony about what you should and shouldn't do under stress.
Well, he was asked how he practiced stress shooting. That's the way I understood it.
So the assumption sort of rolled in there, Judge, is that he knows about stress shooting, he knows what he's doing with respect to stress shooting.
Well, he does, because he's been trained in it, and he's telling me that about the training, so.
Well, I don't object to his training, we're hearing a lot of it, but I do object to any sort of imprimatur as if he's an expert in giving his opinions about the area.
Okay, so I'm gonna take, as I said, I'll take it as it comes. I haven't heard any opinion testimony. If there's an opinion, please by all means object, but overruled.
Did continue.
So to induce stress, when we go up to the range, we'll do a series of sprints, burpees, push-ups, sit-ups, and then we go right on line. That's for the intent of raising your heartbeat to a very high level and being able to shoot on target.
And when you say online, what do you mean?
The right in front of your targets.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
Right. What's SWAT school?
That consisted of a full week, and I went to Worcester, and it was put on, hosted by LAPD SWAT.
Okay. What did that consist of?
Room entry, hallway clearing, room clearing, building searches, building clearing, the use of flashbangs, firearms, less lethal weapons, operating a Bearcat, shield work, the use of a Halligan, the use of a ram, things of that nature.
What's a shoot don't shoot scenario?
As far as
Is that a thing? Shoot don't shoot?
oh yeah, we have shoot don't shoot scenarios.
Okay. And did you participate in those?
We did.
What are those?
They would put up targets when we were clearing a house, and some of them, the pictures were depicted of either someone having a gun to someone's head as like a hostage, or someone would just be holding up a purse. So that was shoot, don't shoot.
How often, when you were with SWAT, were you required to train with them?
2 times a month, and then a 40-hour block in the year.
Every year?
During the year, yeah.
Okay. And so how long were you with the SWAT? You were with it twice, correct?
Yeah, I was on 2 different teams.
Okay. The first time, how long were you with SWAT?
From 07 to, I believe, 13, shortly after the marathon bombings.
Okay. Did you, at some point, did you switch departments?
I did.
And you were in North Andover at the beginning, and where did you go?
I went to Lawrence.
Why?
I wanted a little faster pace.
Did you get it?
I definitely did.
Okay. Now, while you were with Lawrence, did you continue with your SWAT?
Yes, I tried out for the Lawrence SWAT team.
Okay. Can you tell us your trajectory while you were in Lawrence? Were you always on patrol?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us about that, please?
Became a field training officer, and then I wound up in detectives for several years, and then I went back to patrol to field train the new guys, SWAT, and that's pretty much it.
Now, you said you tried out for the Lawrence SWAT team, correct?
Yes.
And how long did you do that?
That was another 8-hour day.
Okay. I'm sorry. No, was that I don't mean, that was a bad question.
Oh.
How long did you make it, right? You made
Yes.
it. And how long did you participate in this Lawrence SWAT team?
I believe 2019 to by the time I departed and went back to North Andover.
Okay. And so,
2024, Your Honor.
why did you come back to North Andover?
I just wanted to bring my training and experience back to where it all started. I have 10 years left, so yeah, that's about it. And I'm getting older, so a slower pace is kind of needed.
Okay. So I'm going to turn your attention back to June 30th of 2025. Were you patrol on that day?
Yes.
Okay. What was your shift, if you remember?
I did a swap, so I was working for another officer. So that shift was 4 to 12.
At some point, did you get a call from someone in particular?
Yes, Officer Houston.
At some point, did you learn why he called you?
Yes.
And why was that?
Apparently, the defendant's ex-fiance took a restraining order out.
You had to serve it?
Yes, we had to serve it.
Did you know that person? Did you know a person by the name of Justin Elaine?
Didn't know him, but I met him on one occasion.
Did you know the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Knew her, but not well. She was on maternity most of the time that when I first transferred over. So.
All right. So you got a call from from Houston.
I did.
Where did you go?
We met behind the Atkinson School. It's called the CCC. And he explained the situation to me.
Okay. Was he, anybody else arrive at that point?
Not yet.
Okay. At some point, did someone?
Yes.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Daly.
Did you talk about any plan as to how this was going to occur?
Yeah, Lieutenant Daly said that he'd do the talking, and you know, based on the restraining order, Justin was supposed to get custody. Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm sorry. Well, I'll jump in. So you knew that there was potentially a child there,
Yes.
and that the child would be transferred from the defendant to the fiance, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So where did you go?
So from there, I pointed out to Officer Houston and Lieutenant Daly the positioning of where the defendant had parked her car, which was at least 150 yards away from her house. And we all thought that that was very odd.
So where did you go?
We pulled up right before the house. The foliage was pretty overgrown. So we left our cars there, got out, and walked up to the front door.
Okay. At some point, did you come into contact with the defendant?
Yes, we did.
How did that happen?
Lieutenant Daly knocked on the door or rang the doorbell, and she came out.
Okay. Was she with anybody?
Her baby.
Where did you go?
We went into the family room. She went straight to a couch that's off to the left, and I kind of went straight. There was another couch, and I believe Houston was to the left of me.
Did you see and hear Lieutenant Daly interacting with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you saw?
He explained the situation that Justin had taken the restraining order out, that we were going to have to remove firearms from the house, and that the baby, their son, he was going to be in Justin's custody for, I think it was 14 days until the next court hearing.
When Lieutenant Daly mentioned that the guns were going to be removed, did the defendant say anything about that?
Yeah, she said that they were located downstairs in the basement.
What happened after that?
I noticed her duty belt on the couch, so I went and checked that. There was no firearm in there, and I observed a like a gun case on a mantle. I opened that up, and there was no gun.
There was no gun. Did she say anything in response to that?
Yeah, she reiterated the guns were downstairs in the basement.
What happened next?
She went to gather some belongings for their son, and she came up and handed me the baby. He was screaming. I was trying to calm him down. I believe she gave me his bottle, and I was trying to feed him, but I thinking it can't be too comfortable. I wear an Albert Carrier vest, and I have all my equipment in the front, so it was kind of hard to cradle him.
Did you eventually hand the baby off to someone else?
I did. I believe Lieutenant Daly.
Now, if do you typically wear gloves when you're on duty?
I do.
Were you wearing gloves that day?
Yes, briefly for maybe like 10 minutes.
Okay. Did you take them off once you were in the house?
I did.
Now, did Miss Fitzsimmons leave the room at all?
While I was with the baby, yes. Lieutenant Daly and Officer Houston escorted her around. I think it may have been a kitchen area. I never went back there, so I just basically stayed in the family room with their son.
Okay. Did on a typical restraining order service, would you let a person who is the subject of the restraining order walk around the house unattended?
No.
At some point, did they come back?
Yes.
Okay, what happened after that?
I handed the baby off. I was standing in front of her stairs, and she had stated that she had clothes upstairs for the baby, so I handed the baby off.
And so did someone go upstairs?
Myself and Officer Houston.
Where did you go?
We, right at the top of the stairs, it's like it's a very small hallway. Right to the left is the baby's room. Right to the right is the main bedroom.
Okay, and so where did she go first?
To the left, to the baby's room.
And what did you observe?
I observed a crib. The back wall had bookshelves of sort, and there were just clothes on the ground.
Did you enter the room or did you stay on the outside?
I entered the room there.
Okay. What did you see the defendant doing, if anything?
She was wrapping up baby clothes, and she put them in a car seat. And then while she was doing that, I heard an older lady come in and start to yell at Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. Did that create any reaction from the defendant at all?
No. I asked her who that was downstairs, and she looked up and said she had no idea.
What happened next?
She handed me the baby seat and asked me to take it downstairs. And I told her no.
Okay, what did you do with it?
I put it on the ground. I said, we'll deal with that later.
What happened next?
She started packing a lot of books, and it's almost like this round basket with two handles. And I explained to her that her son's 4 months old. No need for all the books. You know, you're going to see him in 2 weeks. So
What did she do with the books?
she handed me the basket and asked me to go downstairs, bring it downstairs.
And what did you do?
I told her we would deal with it later, and I put it down on the ground.
And you told her she'd see her son in 2 weeks?
Yeah, roughly. I said your next court date is on the 14th.
What happened after you put had that conversation with her and put the book carrier down?
At that point, Officer Houston had gone downstairs because of the commotion. So she said that she had to get more clothes out of her room. So I followed her into the room, but I never went in the room. I stayed on I guess the top landing, right before the door frame.
Okay. And did that seem to be a bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, so if you walk up the stairs, you had been in the room on the left, correct?
Yes.
Now she went across to the room on the right?
Yes.
Okay. You said you didn't go into the room yourself.
No.
Were you able to see her?
Yeah, she was 3 feet in front of me.
Okay, and what was she doing?
She was wrapping up clothes, and she had paused, and she said something to the effect that these are dirty. And I said, listen, wherever the baby's going, I'm sure there's a washer and dryer. I said, wherever the baby's going, most likely has a washer and dryer, so don't be concerned. And then I could tell she was getting upset. She started to shake, and I said, listen, court date is in 2 weeks. It'll be over before you know it.
Did something happen next?
Yes, she was on one knee when she was wrapping up the clothes, and she pushed off with her left foot and lunged behind the door frame. So to my left, to her right.
Okay. Could you see what was there from where you were?
Not from my perspective, no.
What happened after she went behind the door frame?
She reappeared with a gun and pointed it right at me and pulled the trigger.
Can you describe or show us how she did that?
Yep. So when she came around the frame here, she came up and clicked.
Okay. Where was it pointed?
My face.
Okay. After it clicked, what happened?
I screamed her name. I was completely shocked. She had the drop on me. She began to the drop, which means she had the tactical advantage over me. I drew my weapon. She was already backpedaling, and she was doing what we call a tap rack. Basically, when you do a tap rack, that's when your gun malfunctions. So when you tap the magazine, you want to make sure it's properly seated in the magazine well, and then you rack the upper receiver or the slide.
Okay, I think the judge was writing, I'd like him to see this, if I could, if you could just, because you made some.
I'm trying to understand the lingo too. Is it a tap, wrap, like a
Rack,
wrap?
yes.
May he stand up so you can see what he's doing, Judge?
Yes.
So a tap, and a rack.
So tap on the bottom of the magazine?
Yes.
And a rack. Did she do that once or more than once?
She did it twice. So the first time she did it, it was slow motion. I could see her hand slide off the top of the receiver. She started moving her way around the bed, and she began tap racking again. And I was yelling at her, "Don't do it! Don't do it!"
And then what happened?
After she successfully got around in the chamber, her right arm started to come up, and I shot twice in rapid succession.
At her?
Yes.
Can you hold on one second, please? Yeah, I'll set that.
What did you observe after you fired the second shot?
I saw her flinch. The gun went down, so I stopped shooting. She stopped her action, and then she went to the ground.
Where was she at this point?
On the opposite side of the bed, in between the wall and the bed.
What did you do next?
I covered down on her.
And what does that mean?
I kept my gun on her or in the area of where she was, because I couldn't really see all of her at that point.
What part of her could you see?
I think her legs, maybe. I don't really remember.
Okay. Did someone else appear at that time?
Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. And what did you see him do, if anything?
He came up, said, "Where's the gun?" I said, "She still has it. I'll cover you."
And so what happened?
We walked around the bed. I stayed lethal force on her. He rolled her and saw the gun.
Okay. Did you see the gun?
I did too. Yeah.
What happened with the gun?
He put it on the bed, and she was still conscious of where moving. I grabbed the gun. I moved it to the other side of the room.
What did you do next?
We immediately started first aid.
How so?
Putting pressure on the wound. We wanted to see if there was an exit wound, which there was. So we were trying to stop the bleeding. Officer Houston came running upstairs with a med kit. Lieutenant Daly started to wrap the wounds in gauze. And then Officer Core came into the room, and I ordered him to secure the weapon.
And did you see him do that?
I did.
Did you hear the defendant saying anything after she was on the ground?
It hurts. And I said, "Just keep breathing. You have a baby to live for."
What happened next?
The medics showed up, fire department, and we all got out of their way so they could start working Kelsey.
Did they transport her out?
Yes, they did.
Did you look for anything after she was removed from the house?
So before she was removed from the house, I walked out of the bedroom just to give them space. It was a very small room. There was a lot of stuff everywhere. Right to the right, there was some sort of, I don't know, end table where she lunged, and it looked like a wooden box of some sort, and the lid was open on that.
Did you look for any damage out in the hallway at all, or the other room?
When I got out into the hallway, the baby's room had a door with little glass panes. And we noticed, Officer Core noticed it first. He said, this is damage. Did she get a round off on you? And I said, geez, maybe she did.
hold on. Sustained.
Did you notice the broken glass?
Yes, I did, but there was nothing on the floor. So
At some point, did you,
Excuse me one second. Broken glass, where was it?
so on the baby's room, there's a door. I believe it was on the baby's room, and it had little glass panes.
Right.
One of them was damaged, but there was no glass on the floor, Your Honor, so I chalked it up as old.
why did you shoot twice?
She wouldn't stop.
Do you know if you hit her with the first one or the second one?
I didn't know. The second one, I could visibly see her flinch. The first one, no, she was still or getting ready to raise her arm.
Sir, I'm going to show you a number of pictures.
Sure.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number 6. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
That's the front of the defendant's house and the door that we entered.
Show me exhibit number 10. Do you recognize what that is? Is that the front door?
Oh, yes, that's the front door. The stairs are right to the right, yeah.
Sure. Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 36. Do you recognize what that is?
The stairs leading up, upstairs. So right to the right would be the master, and if you took a quick little left, the baby's room.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 39. Is that the baby's room that you were talking about?
Yes.
Number 38. You recognize what that is?
The baby's room.
Is that the container, I guess you will, of books that you were talking about earlier at the bottom?
Oh, yes. Right there.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 49. You recognize what that is?
That would be the entrance going into the master.
Okay, into the bedroom?
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked as exhibit number 51. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
That would be the box that was open to the left of the door frame.
Number 50. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Where were you in relation to this picture? Where were you when you first observed Miss Fitzsimmons pull out the gun and aim it at your face?
Right before the door frame.
Okay, so you're backed up a little?
Yeah. Probably right, whoever took that picture, probably right there.
And where were you in relation to the door frame when you shot your weapon?
I used part of the door frame as some sort of cover, and I was leaning up against it with both my hands. So my gun and my wrists would have been in the room.
show you what's been marked as exhibit number. We show you what's been marked as exhibit number 53. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell us, and Judge, if I may ask him to get down to point it out to you? Okay. If you could approach. Can you tell us where this Fitzsimmons was? If you may,
Wait.
to show the judge where Ms. Fitzsimmons was when she first tap racked it, if you can.
Right about here. And then she started sidestepping, and I was telling her not to do it. And I shot approximately right here, and she finished.
So makes sense to stop for the day at this point. And we'll pick up at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And witnesses, the folks that are on the witness list should continue to follow my order and rule. And that is not to watch any of the other folks' testimony. And we will pick up tomorrow morning. All right. We'll stand in recess.
Day one of the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial. So we end on that. The officer that was in the room with Kelsey, and it comes down to, who does the judge believe, Kelsey or Noonan? What stood out to me is that the officer said she never called Kelsey by her name, really keeping a distance from her. I was under the impression, based on what I heard through the pretrial hearings, is that they were close, that Kelsey knew his wife. And I would imagine that's coming tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with the cross-examination. He did talk about his tactical training, being on the SWAT team, talking about training under stress. So you would think that's a stressful moment. Why would he miss? Meaning hitting the air conditioning unit, which I would imagine would be the first question tomorrow during cross-examination. Again, this is unique to me. It's a bench trial, something I've never covered before. So it's a lot quicker. Jury instruction just doesn't exist, doesn't have to happen. Jury selection, of course, it's up to the judge. What does the judge believe? And is he able to keep out of his head, if you will, things that aren't admissible, even though he knows, because he's ruling on certain things? There we have it, the feed with NBC Boston. So far it's going fast. Justin, her ex-fiance, on the stage a short time. The sister of Justin on the stand, a short period of time as well. So what are your thoughts? I'd love to hear it in terms of how you think it's going. I think the witnesses that were on the stand were key, but I feel like it could end soon. Maybe character witnesses for Kelsey once the defense is up, but we'll see. I'll be back here covering it tomorrow, 9 a.m. I'll see you then.